for a two-day international conference on emerging trends in computer science and engineering. In a given situation, there is a growing urgency to rediscover various innovative applications in terms of research writing. Recent changes have been introduced in the academic system in India, starting from the school level to college level. One of the core objectives of National Education Policy 2020 is the prospect of research and innovation, which focuses on generating and sharing ideas that will be widely applicable in real-life settings. Against this backdrop, the Department of Computer Science and Engineering and Research Cell and Development Cell of Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology, Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh, India, in collaboration with Office of Internationalization, Mindo, State University, Sulu, Philippines, and in association with India, second initiative organized this virtual two-day international conference. Special thanks to Dr. Elizabeth, President of Cape Commenters India, for providing international speakers who will be addressing us on various topics of computer science and engineering. This conference aims to provide an international platform to share recent research in emerging trends in computer science and engineering among scientists, scholars, and specialists from both academia and industry. The theme of this international conference is to focus on the current development in computer science and engineering, with a special focus on recent innovation, trends, concerns, practical implementations, as well as challenges encountered in our day-to-day life. With this introduction, may I request the dignitaries Dr. Rajendra Babu, Professor and HOD of CSE, the convener of this international conference, to come on to the dais. Next, I call upon Reverend Father D. Balaswamy SJ, Assistant Director of ALIET, and the patron of the conference, to come on to the dais. May I call upon Dr. O. Mahesh, our principal, the chairman of this conference, to come on to the dais. May I invite Reverend Father Dr. Joji SJ, Director and Secretary of ALIET and a Chief Patron of this conference, to come on to the dais. This program would have not come to its realization without the help and support of our beloved Director and Secretary, Reverend Father Dr. Joji Reddy SJ. Father has been a perennial support of source and inspiration for guiding us all to bring us to this forum. Thank you, Father. May I call upon the chief guest of today's international conference, Sri S. Dinakaran Reddy, who has sacrificed his precious time and made available himself here in this gathering amidst us. Let us give him a big round of applause and welcome Sri S. Dinakaran, operator, master, trainer, and facilitator, mentor in innovation and entrepreneurship, instructor, designer, Commonwealth of Education Media, SEMCA. Invoke the blessings of God through a prayer. May I request all of us over here and on the international forum to be in silence. Where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, into the heaven of freedom, my Father, let my country awake. Where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out from the depths of truth, where tireless striving uses its arms towards perfection, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action, into that heaven of freedom, my Father, let my country awake. By Rabindranath Tagore from Gitanjali. The dignitaries to rise up and step forward for the lighting of the lamp ceremony, for the lamp lighting ceremony. Let the wisdom of Almighty God light the light of this lamp and pervade over us with this knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Degrees. Now, may I welcome, now may I invite Father Dr. Reddy, Director and Secretary of Aliens, to welcome the gathering with his speech.
Respected chief guest of today's event, a two-day international conference inaugural session. Dr. Dinakar Reddy, the instructional designer of LST. Dr. O. Mahesa, the principal of Elliott. Reverend Father Balaswamy, the assistant director, and the convener of today's this 2 days international conference, Dr. Rajendra Babu Garu, dear staff members and dear students, and all the dignitaries who will be joining us in hybrid mode and virtual mode. Good morning and a very warm welcome for this 2 days international conference. On behalf of the Elliott, the staff and the students, I extend a very warm welcome and express sincere gratitude for the arrangements that are made in organizing this 2 days event. Dear faculty members and dear students, human beings are a bundle of emotions. Every human being seeks to connect and needs to connect with one another. Human beings need each other. Down the history of human society, human beings have been moving, progressing from one level to the other in terms of knowledge and science and technology. Initially, it was a stone era where people used to use stones, depend on stones. Then people moved to fire. Then came the industrial era that changed the pace and the shape of the human society. Then we have information technology and later electronic era that emerged. And today we have the artificial intelligence. What we need to remember, robots have begun to replace much of what human beings are doing or could do. But fundamentally, we need to remember all these are inventions, all these inventions and all these whatever the inventions that are being made, they are to help the human society. They are to build the bridges. They are to connect the human beings. Unfortunately, more and more technology that is coming into the society, the human beings are being isolated. Artificial intelligence is one such way we can get connected and connected to one another much better. Therefore, today there is no computer science just apart from any other domain, apart from any other sphere of education. The computer science, the technology has taken roots in every kind of sphere of life. Today, be it mechanical engineering or electronic engineering, civil engineering, unless you have some kind of thorough knowledge and some kind of techniques in computer science, we don't have much of future. That's what is computer science. Therefore, I welcome all of you to discuss and to kind of revisit some of the things that you're learning. And I extend a very warm welcome on behalf of the Alien to all the speakers for this today's a two-day international conference. And once again, I am grateful for kindly for this today's chief guest who accepted to come over here and for this inaugural session. So thank you, sir, for coming here and sharing your time with us. And certainly we look forward to many more years. We look forward that you will help us in this organization, especially for our students. And once again, have a wonderful two-day international conference. Many international speakers will be speaking to you. So thank you and God bless you for this two days international conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Joji Reddy, Director and Secretary of ALIET, for your enlightening message. Thank you for encouraging us to keep up the spirit and to contribute in the realm of computer science and engineering. Now we have greetings by Dr. Magna Anasi, and he's Director of Internationalization of State University, Sulu, Philippines.
Dr. Meghna, unmute yourself.
Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Vijay Kumar, for the introduction and, of course, presentation of our international conference that we will be holding today and tomorrow. So, for in behalf of our Chancellor of Mindanao State University, Sulu, Philippines, Dr. Nagdor J. Abdurrahman, as his director for the internationalization, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of this conference, particularly the Aden Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology, and of course, our partner, Cape Comorin Trust, headed by Dr. Silvis, and of course, supported and collaborated by Dr. Shalja. And we are also grateful that aside from the Cape Comorin Trust, that the ADRA Loyola Institute of Engineering Technology has also given their intention to collaborate with Mindanao State University Sulu, Philippines. We hope that in the future we could also have another international conference like this, and we will also have to connect each other at least once in a while, and at least also we can have mutual understanding by means of writing, just like we had with our Cape Comorin Trust partners. So I'm also happy that the head or the director of the uh, ADRA Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology, I think and I believe he's around, Reverend Father Dr. B. Juji Reddy, SJ. And of course, our chief guest, Dr. S. Dinakar Reddy from India. Hello, everyone. We are here from the Philippines, and we will be providing the international speakers. And at the same time, we will also have another research presenter who will be presenting her paper this afternoon as well. And I would also like to present the members of our organization this afternoon. Professor Ziradar Misa and Professor Brenda Hussein. And of course, our international speakers in the person of Professor Muzramir A. Hayudini and Professor John Mark Julaspi. And together with the international paper presenter, Dr. Nurisa Latorre. So, this two-day international conference on emerging trends in computer science and engineering is already important nowadays, since the advent of the technology nowadays is already necessary worldwide. This is the reason why Dr. Shalja and the rest of the team has agreed to have to conduct such a useful international conference when it talks about computer science, information technology, and of course innovations. So just like our distinct speaker earlier presented, that there is already the use of an artificial intelligence, which is already known to everyone, that it is really beneficial nowadays, and we are already going forward, and of course seeing everything possible. So because of this international conference, we are hopeful that we would be learning a lot from this conference. So for in behalf again of our Chancellor, Dr. Nagder J. Abdurrahman, Dr. Magna Anisa A. Hayudini, the Director for Internationalization of Mindanao State University Sulu, welcomes you all in our two-day international conference on emerging trends in computer science and engineering. Good afternoon and good morning to each and everyone.
My dear students and the dignitaries, let us put our hands together and give them a round of applause. Thank you. Now may I invite Mrs. Nancy Agarwal to introduce our chief guest to the audience. I, Nancy Anurag, Assistant Professor of CSC Department, feel honored to introduce our chief guest today, Mr. S. Dinakar Reddy Garu, a renowned educationalist and eminent personality who have more than 2 decades of experience in training and content development and soft skills, life skills, HR and HRD in both academic and corporate verticals. He is a master trainer who headed several FDPs, CCD, corporate competency development training programs in India and abroad. He is a well-known person in this area for equipping people with skills, is highly popular in the states of Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh. And he delivered his training sessions among many colleges, schools, and equipped bank employees as well. Besides to this, he is a multilingual who have great proficiency in 8 languages. He is the key advisor in CBSE, NCERT, KUE sector, Skill Council, and many more autonomous colleges and universities. We are greatly overwhelmed for your gracious presence here, sir. Over to our chief guest, Mr. Dinakaran, the chief guest of today's function. Over to you, sir.
So, good morning, friends. Good morning, friends. Right. So, I don't take much of your time because you have a lot of well-known people who will be talking about computer technologies, and other things. Because I could see a lot of youngsters here, I want to give you only the highlights of these computer sciences, latest technologies, that which courses will be fetching you more. My dear friends, to make you understand, because I got a very beautiful introduction by ma'am that I was also a trainer. So as a trainer, my job is to make you people to know the entire gist of the content in a very short. Can I give you a shortcut or give a long one? Okay. The first one here is you can remember things of computer science. The next generation will be in 5. The first one is artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, IoT, and cyber security. So why I say 5 means Panchendriya. And to say Panchendriya, you people know what is 5 exactly. So the first one, as I told you, artificial intelligence, even Reverend also said, Joseph Digger also said, artificial intelligence is going to take best in coming up future. But along with artificial intelligence and machine learning, I just want to make you remember very, very quickly. So machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence where you people will be using it in each and every daily life. Number 1. Number 2, after these things, blockchain, IoT, and cyber security. When you people are learning a lot of things, doing it right from the school management, medical system, drugs, and all these experts and amenities, the first major part you guys have to remember is you need to be secure. So when you think of artificial intelligence, say you go with Robo. People know about artificial intelligence. You people used to think it's only for the film and all these things. But artificial intelligence is not that. Even right from that, it can replace even a doctor. It can replace even a trainer. It can replace even any other missions which is doing it. But remember, artificial intelligence, few people have a wrong notion that it will take away the jobs of a lot of people, youngsters. No, not at all. Okay? Mission is a mission. You always need a human brain to execute it. So when you are smart enough to understand where exactly we can fit in with computers, you must be knowing in detail depth knowledge about computers. As already Joseph clearly mentioned one particular thing, that in future, not only identifying the missions to execute, not only with the medical, even with the land identification, and even in the recent Andhra government, if at all you look at it, we can go with all your lands, your own land is being secured with your own identifications. Right from your right from your designing, even to go to your hotels, you can find no service nowadays. You can get a robot which comes to take your menu and then please place an order. And what I really wanted you people to have a clear-cut idea is about cyber security. The next coming up generation, you must be very, very, very careful to protect yourself so that the other people can't protrude into your own territory and just conquer. So if that is to be maintained, your cyber security knowledge must be very, very strong enough. So out of these 5, there are 2 extra courses which you people can think of. One is with the Salesforce. Salesforce is such a course where very simple to make kids to understand. Whatever you are there with the dashboard. How many people know about the dashboard? No? Okay. So some data of yours. Say, for example, a student wants to request the faculty saying that, Madam, I want this job to be done, this chapter to be done, this project to be done. So the professor will take it to the HOD saying that, sir, these are the number of students which they were interested to go with, say, for example, XYZ courses. So the HOD will go with the approval and go to the principal and say, sir, in this particular department, so many number of students with so many projects. Likewise, different verticals will be there with the mechanical branch, computer, and all these things. So the head of the institute, organizing committee, those who want to take a decision, they can't go to each and every student, isn't it? So this is the dashboard where everything will be placed in that, and it's an easy way for the HOD to pass on to the next level. From the HOD that will go to the principal, from the principal to the management, and the management will take a decision to approve it. Once it's approval, definitely you need money for everything. The finance team will be given. So all these process, rather than going with such a long time taking, everything will be done in minutes. And as everybody knows, when you go with technologies, how much ever you have been equipped, how much ever you have been trained well, how much ever you have been there with the best of the knowledge, but ethically doing these particular courses and implementing ethically with all these technologies is very important. For example, if it is a shooter, he is the best. The same shooter who just go to Olympics and get a gold medal, he will be awarded. But the same shooter, if he is there in the army of a country, he will be a soldier. But if it is the same shooter goes against some society, a human being, or human values, definitely he is called a terrorist, isn't it? So it is not the act of learning a talent, it is making that talent to be utilized in a right way, ethically, morally, for the nation and for humanity is what we must know. Finally, I think we have 2 more minutes. Yeah. Finally, I request each and every student to know about what exactly is going on with automobile industries. What exactly is going on with the civil? What exactly is going on with the medical lines? Even paramedical. At each and every sector, computer is taking up the major role. So there is no need for you to feel that everybody has to be there in computer science. No. If you want to do your agriculture, even the computers is required for you to go with proper agriculture. Even the climatic conditions and all these things also can be properly guided, properly calibrated, properly taken with the statistics, and then to go ahead with that. So my simple statement for all media young friends and faculty and everybody is, don't deviate from your core subject, but computer every subject, whatever you do. Let it be on mechanical, let it be on civil engineering, let it be on paramedical, let it be on sciences, let it be on making with the medical operations, even drugs, even the medicine. Okay? So people know simulation. So simulation is okay. Give a very simple example. If you want to learn a skill, you take a cycle, you learn it, isn't it? But if you want to go with two-wheel bike, even that you can do. If it is with the car, you need to be careful because there will be a big group of people beside you to say, be careful, we take left, right, and all these things. But can you, yes, suddenly a person who is driving a motorbike, if you give a flight to flight, can he do? So, lot of cost will be there. Even the mission, the investment, the cost of that will be better, isn't it? So, Rather than taking the flight directly and flying it, there is a simulation where you have been made to feel as if you are a pilot and you will be flying it. That is called simulation. And hope you guys know nowadays even four-wheeler driving also will be there in simulation. Mean to say, simulation is a that's again couple of things. That is again couple of things. So everybody, every nook and corner of our life without computer engineering or without computers, without programming, without coding, without decoding, without artificial intelligence, nothing can be done. So my request to all my dear friends here is please have different verticals, these 5 plus 2 more. And very, very important is more than 20 million job opportunities will be there the next coming up 5 years. So jobs are abundant, jobs are enough. But only thing here is we have to be equipped to such a level where you can suit in any of these. So never ever think that if computers come take away artificial intelligence, there will be no teachers and lecturers. Definitely the teachers and lecturers also will be there 100% because a computer can deliver the topic to any student only when you ask a question. Isn't it? Yes or no? So when you do ask a question, how can the artificial intelligence homework teach you? So at least for asking a question, you must be good enough to know about that particular topic. That is number one. Definitely, the few of the people say sales work will be there the next coming of the election. Absolutely, there's no doubt. Lot and lot of jobs in India and abroad. You have enough of job opportunities. So please, along with your subject, along with your core values, don't leave away computers because that is the easiest way of making your job successful. With this, the time allotted to me is completed. So I request all the people to have awareness on computer science in your own field and explore it. Thank you all. Namaste.
That was a wonderful report by P.S. Dinakar Reddy, instructional designer of LSD. Thank you, sir, for coming over here and inspiring our students on the importance of computer science and engineering and inspiring them to take up research and more of applications and contribute for the better world and better living. Now is the time to felicitate our chief guest. Before we could go with the remarks and declaration by our principal, Dr. O. Mahesh. So let us felicitate the chief guest of today's function. May I request Dr. O. Mahesh, our principal, Reverend Father Dr. Joji Reddy, Secretary and Director of ALH, Reverend Father Balaswamy, our Assistant Director, to join for the felicitation. And may I request the international speakers to join us on this forum as we felicitate the chief guest of this international conference. Of the conference, Dr. Rajendra Prasad to convey his greetings.
Respected Director, Dr. Reddy, Assistant Director, our beloved Principal, Dr. Umesh, and today's chief guest, S. Dinakar Reddy Garu. I want to thank all the international speakers and guests who have participated in this virtual meeting. and in this offline meeting. And a special thanks to our coordinator of research and development, Mr. Candy Garu, for organizing this international workshop and for organizing this international conference on emerging technologies, emerging trends in computer science and engineering. A special thanks to Mindanao University, Sulu, Philippines, and a special thanks to Cape Comorin Trust for taking us part in this organizing this international conference in class in computer science and engineering. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Rajendra, HOD and Professor of Computer Science and convener of the conference, for your encouraging words. Now we have remarks and declaration of the International Conference opened by Dr. O. Mahesh, Principal of Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology. May I request you, Dr. O. Mahesh, to address the gathering.
Request of today's function, Mr. Dinakar Reddy, instructional designer. Reverend Father Joji Reddy, Director of BDA. Reverend Father Balaswamy, Assistant Director. Dr. Magna Anissa, Director, Mindanao State University, Sulu, Philippines. Coordinator, Mr. Candy Dibunha, and HOD of CSC, Dr. Rajendra Babu. Representatives of Cape Comorin Trust, invited speakers, participants, other guests. Good morning to every one of you. So I would like to congratulate Sister Candy Dibunha and Rajendra Babu, HOD of this department, for taking initiative to organize this conference. In any field, new trends will be emerging, especially in computer science, as already the chief guest has indicated that there are 5 fields where computer science is emerging and which will become part of everyone, every branch and every human being. And that is the developments that are taking place all around. And when developments are taking place, it is essential for faculty, for the students to be aware of these developments and learn so that they can be useful to the society. And some of the fields has become part of the human beings, as already other speakers have already told, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc. These are the fields which are emerging, and all the faculty members as well as the students should be aware of this, and they should also learn the skills so that they can serve the society better. And I hope today's conference will throw light on all emerging fields, and you can also know what you know and what else we have to learn, so that you can have a path in these 4 years to check out what else you have to learn, so that you will learn the skills that are required for the future generations. And at the same time, already the speakers told, some jobs will be outdated and some jobs will be emerging since the new technologies emerge. So new skills are required, and I hope all the students and others will be aware of it, and they will show you how to learn. And they will become successful. Thank you. Now it is time for the speakers to bring out their knowledge, share with others, and I declare the conference open.
Thank you, sir. So let us symbolically now declare, as Principal Sir has declared the conference open. May I request the dignitaries on to the dais along with the chief guest of today's program to hold the card which is placed before you. And let us stand up and rise, where symbolically we present the conference open. And may I request the students to give a big round of applause. The respected dignitaries on the online forum, the dignitaries of Mindona University, Philippines, Dr. Meghna, and all the other faculty of the university. We are very happy to have this international conference in collaboration with you. So Andhra Pradesh Institute of Engineering and Technology is very grateful for taking such an initiative. And thank you for the great letter you read from the Vice Chancellor in encouraging all our students with their paper presentations, their ideas, contribute their ideas for the better advancements of science and technology. Thanks for sending very good speakers from your university. We look forward for sharing for these 2 days, and we also look forward to you in the future for organizing many more international conferences, collaborations, online, offline, and we also wish to in the future. So thank you so much for your permission. This opportunity. On behalf of our management, Reverend Father Dr. Joji Reddy, Secretary and Director of Iliad, Reverend Father Balaswamy, Assistant Director, Dr. Manish, our Principal, Dr. Ravindra Babu, HOD, and convener of the conference, and all the organizing committee members, the members of the department, co-convener Koteshwar sir, and all the others, all the student coordinators. We thank each and every person of the Philippine University and Cape Commanders for giving us this opportunity. Let's proceed to the plenary session. So let us put our hands together once again and congratulate the Department of Defense and Philippine University for this great opportunity. And thank you, dignitaries, for this great inaugural session. The inaugural session is over, and the dignitaries step down the dais. Now we are going to begin with the first plenary session. May I request the students to come forward and listen to the first speaker. Professor A. Fayuti, the International Speaker from Philippines, Assistant Professor, Faculty College of Computer Studies, who have 2 years of experience as technical IT engineer in a system integration company, currently working as college instructor at Mindanao State University, Sulu. Mr. Hayuddin is a holder of more than 20 international certificates and licenses in the field of networking, structured and building automation. He holds various certifications on network security too. We welcome you and happy to hear from you on managing network security systems in public and higher education.
Oo. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to each and everyone. Our next presenter for this afternoon is our next speaker for this afternoon is an assistant professor for faculty member of the College of Computer Studies at Mindanao State University, Sulu, Philippines. He graduated Bachelor of Science in Information Technology, major in Network Systems 2015 at Mindanao State University, as cum laude. His master's degree as Master's in Public Administration, major in Organization and Management, at year 2022 at Mindanao State University, Sulu, Philippines. Currently, he's taking Master in Information Technology at Western Mindanao State University, Zamboanga City, Philippines. He also received international IT certifications such as Cisco, Microtik, and many more. His topic for this afternoon is about managing network systems in public higher educational institutions, understanding influential factors in Sulu. Help me welcome Professor Muzramir Hayudini.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. Again, good day and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Esteemed officials of the Mindanao State University, Sulu, Chancellor Dr. Nagdir J. Abdurrahman. Next is the Director for Internationalization, Dr. Magna Anisa A. Hayudini. And of course, our Dean from the College of Computer Studies, Dr. Nuriza J. Latorre. Respected organizers, partners, and participants of the two-day international conference on emerging trends in computer science and engineering, organized by the Department of Computer Science and Engineering and Research and Development Cell of the Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology in association with Cape Comorin Trust. Thank you for the honor of addressing this distinguished gathering. Today, I am delighted to share insights and findings on the vital topic of the research managing network systems in public higher educational institutions. Our focus will be on understanding the influential factors that shape network systems in the educational landscape of Sulu. With your gracious presence and support, we embark on this journey to explore the challenges, opportunities, and strategies in network systems management. Let us delve into the fascinating world of network systems and their significance in shaping the future of education. Before we jump directly to the public HEIs of Sulu, it is a good start to understand the role of network systems in the academia. In the digital era, networks have evolved into the backbone of every organization, including academia. They facilitate seamless communication, data sharing, and collaborative efforts within an academic environment. The academic community heavily relies on network systems to modernize learning environments, support online learning platforms, and connect with alumni. As such, this highlights the significant role that network systems play in today's academic institutions. In the backbone of every organization, for instance, according to Lee et al. 2002, in the digital age, computer network serves as the central infrastructure for almost every organization, and academia is no exception. Educational institutions have complex network infrastructures that support various functions from administrative tasks to research activities. Like, for example, an educational institution's network infrastructure connects campus buildings, administrative offices, research laboratories, and student dormitories, ensuring smooth communication and data sharing among these areas. Likewise, network systems also facilitate seamless communication, wherein networks enable instant communication between students, faculty, and staff through various means, such as email, video conferencing, and instant messaging. This communication is crucial for disseminating information, discussing coursework, and coordinating activities as outlined by Sado and Nasri 2017. Third, network systems facilitate also data sharing. Academic research and administrative tasks generate vast amounts of data. Network systems facilitate the secure storage, sharing, and access to this data among authorized users, improving efficiency and collaboration. We also have these collaborative efforts wherein networks enable collaboration among researchers, students, and institutions globally. The best example that we can cite as network systems influence to the educational community is the event or the activity that we are having today, wherein the collaborative tools and platforms foster research projects and academic partnerships across borders. Researchers from different universities collaborate on a joint research project using cloud-based platforms to share data, conduct virtual meetings, and co-author publications. Next, network systems in academia facilitate modernizing learning environments. Academic institutions increasingly use network technology to enhance the learning experience. These include the online learning management systems, digital libraries, and interactive learning tools. Next is the support for online learning. So this is especially relevant in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, wherein network systems have been essential for enabling remote and online learning. So these network systems facilitate the delivery of lectures, assignments, and exams to students who may not be physically present on the campus. And of course, lastly, connecting with alumni networks are valuable resources for academic institutions. According to Valencia 2016, networks help maintain relationships with graduates, share updates, and engage them in mentorship, fundraising, and other activities. For short, networks have become indispensable in academia, serving as the foundation for communication, collaboration, data management, and modernized learning environments. These networks enable academic institutions to adapt to the digital era's demands and provide a more efficient and connected educational experience. In line with the role of network systems in educational community, especially in higher education institutions, an investment in technical architectures is indeed a prerequisite for progress. The question is, what are these significant investments that we are referring to? These investments encompass a wide range of components that includes the hardware, the software, of course, the networking infrastructure, cybersecurity measures, and skilled personnel. Next, there should be also an investment in refining campus technical architectures. The term technical architecture here refers to the overall design and structure of an organization's technical systems and infrastructure. The need for this enables higher education institutions to ensure they align with the latest advancements in technology and evolving educational methodologies. Next, alignment with evolving technologies. The rapid evolution of technology necessitates a continuous adaptation of technical architecture within educational institutions. This alignment ensures that campus is equipped with the most up-to-date technologies and platforms, enhancing the overall learning and administrative experiences. There's also a need to invest to the technical architecture since there's a growing need of the campus community. The campus community comprises students, faculty, and staff, and of course, the administrative personnel. According to Nogares and Genevicius, year 2015, that as their needs evolve and expand, technical architectures must evolve to meet these requirements. This could include the enhanced internet connectivity, improved e-learning platforms, efficient administrative systems, and advanced research tools. Next, supporting educational objectives. The primary goal of any education institution is, of course, to provide a high-quality learning experience. So investments in technical architectures are strategically directed to support and enhance educational objectives, as mentioned in an article of IB Panda in year 2020. This might involve
Your
deploying
slides are
e-learning
not
platforms.
moving. Excuse me, Hayuddini sir.
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
slides are not moving.
What slide is it showing, ma'am?
Introduction.
Yes, we are still in introduction, ma'am, under the supporting educational objectives.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. So let me continue. Again, for the supporting educational objectives, the primary goal of any education institution is to provide high quality learning experience. So the investments in technical architectures are strategically directed to support and enhance educational objectives. This was mentioned in an article stated in the IT Panda 2020. So this will involve deploying e-learning platforms, interactive educational tools, virtual labs, and other technologies that facilitate effective teaching and learning. Then the next one is we have the enhancing administrative operations. So why do we need to invest in technical architectures? Because efficient administrative operations are crucial for the smooth functioning of an educational institution. So upgraded technical architectures can automate administrative processes, streamline communication, manage resources, and optimize operations, leading to increased efficiency and productivity. And lastly, when there is investment in technical architectures, we are able to enable research activities. Research, of course, is a fundamental aspect of higher education. Investments in technical architectures can provide researchers with access to advanced computing resources, robust data analytics tools, secure data storage, and collaborative platforms, thus fostering innovation and high-quality research outcomes. Now, what will happen if network systems is taken for granted? What are the challenges that does network systems possess if network management is neglected, especially in the context of higher education institutions? Okay, so neglecting network security and maintenance can lead to various problems, including the first one is the compromised data. What do we mean by this compromised data? So neglecting network security leaves an organization vulnerable to cyber threats and attacks. Unauthorized access, data breaches, or data leaks can compromise sensitive information, including student records, the school financial data, and research findings. Such compromises not only jeopardize privacy, but also damage an institution's reputation and may lead to legal repercussions. The next one is we have disruptions in communication. What is these disruptions in communication? A poorly managed network can experience frequent outages, slow connections, or inadequate bandwidth, leading to disruptions in communication, as outlined by a research made by O'Toole in year 1997. In academic setting, this can impact online classes, virtual meetings, collaborative research, and timely dissemination of critical information. So effective network management is essential for ensuring seamless and reliable communication channels. And of course, hampered productivity. One challenge is the hampered productivity. So unreliable network performance can severely hinder productivity across the academic and administrative sectors. Slow network speeds, the next one is inefficient access to resources, or system downtimes can waste valuable time and impede tasks, ranging from simple administrative work to complex research projects. So this directly affects the efficiency and output of the institution. On the other hand, if network systems is effectively managed, higher education institutions can ensure smooth operations. That is because a well-managed network is fundamental for the smooth operation of an institution. This ensures that all interconnected systems, school applications, and services run efficiently, allowing for streamlined administrative processes, academic activities, and research initiatives. Smooth operations contribute to an enhanced user experience and organizational effectiveness. The next challenge here is the data integrity and accuracy, wherein this involves the implementation of data validation, backup systems, and disaster recovery plans. What will happen if we neglect this? Neglecting these aspects can lead to data corruption, loss, or data manipulation, compromising the reliability and trustworthiness of academic and administrative data. The next one is protecting institutional reputation. Yan. So this is another challenge. Note that an organization's reputation, especially in the academic sector, is paramount. Neglecting network security can result in high-profile security breaches that damage an institution's reputation. Public perception of an institution's ability to safeguard sensitive information significantly impacts its credibility, which can be challenging to restore. And lastly, adhering to compliance and regulations. When we neglect this, neglecting network management can lead to non-compliance with various regulatory requirements and industry standards related to data privacy and security. So failure to adhere to these regulations can result in penalties, fines, or even legal actions, further exacerbating the challenges in an institution. Overall, this underscores the critical importance of proactive network management within academic institutions. Neglecting the proper network security and maintenance can have far-reaching and detrimental effects on data security, communication, productivity, operation efficiency, the data integrity, and institutional reputation. Effective network management is a vital aspect of ensuring a secure, reliable, and successful academic and administrative environment. Now, as we transition into the main focus of our discussion, which is managing network systems in public higher education institutions, the crux of our exploration lies in comprehending the influential factors affecting network systems management in the public higher education institutions of Sulu, Philippines. So, our research journey was driven by critical research problems. We sought answers to questions concerning the current status of network systems management, the factors that influences its status, and how these aspects impact the operations of public higher educational institutions in Sulu. The ultimate goal was to offer valuable insights that can propel successful implementation and management of network systems in this region. As an additional information, this research surveyed a total of 256 respondents from different public higher educational institutions in the province in order to answer the mentioned questions by employing statistical treatments of data using weighted mean and linear regression analysis. So to provide the foundation of our discussion, let us first touch upon the status of the identified public higher education institutions in Sulu based on the extensive data that we gathered. So the data revealed a moderately satisfactory current status of network systems management across these institutions. Notably, each institution showcased specific strengths and areas for improvement, painting a nuanced picture of their network infrastructure and operations. The detailed key points that was made to measure the status of network systems management of the public higher education institutions in Sulu is displayed in this table and was measured through statistical mean. So building upon the insights from our data analysis, so let us relate the findings regarding the current status of network systems management in the public HEIs of Sulu to the discussion that I had previously displayed from slide number 2. So the status we uncovered clearly mirrors the imperative role that network systems play in academic institutions, highlighting their significance as a pervasive backbone in today's educational landscape. The identified public higher education institutions in Sulu have made significant strides in developing their network infrastructures, utilizing a mix of technologies such as copper cables, wireless technologies, and the potential use of fiber optics. So, however, challenges remain, especially in the face of rapidly evolving technological landscapes. So these challenges necessitate upgrades and improvements to ensure a robust and robust network backbone that can effectively support local and online applications, enhancing overall user experience. Okay, so let's now delve into an analysis of the contributing factors that delineate the current status of network systems management as shown from the previous slide. So through the comprehensive data we've gathered, it becomes evident that these contributing factors profoundly influence the status of network systems management and ultimately shape the efficiency, security, and as well as the effectiveness of the network infrastructure within these institutions. So what are these contributing factors? These are the network infrastructure management, network configuration management, and the nature and policy of the HEI. So this network infrastructure management, this refers to the strategic planning, maintenance, and development of the underlying technological framework that enables network functionality. So this includes the physical and virtual components such as hardware, software, and security protocols necessary to sustain a robust and reliable network. So this is a factor for it plays a pivotal role in shaping the status of network systems. The adequacy and efficiency of network hardware, security measures, as well as the availability of reliable internet service providers are critical components. For instance, a lack of secure and reliable internet service providers can lead to disruptions and a less efficient network, impacting the overall status of network systems management. Similarly, the absence of proper data cabling, whether it is copper or fiber optics, and infrastructure upgrades can hinder seamless communication or seamless connectivity and data access, contributing to an unsatisfactory status as witnessed in some of these institutions. The second factor that was identified is the network configuration management. So this refers to the systematic organization, control, and optimization of network devices and settings within an institution. It ensures that network devices are appropriately configured, adhere to standards, and function efficiently to support seamless communication and data flow. So why this network configuration management considered as a factor? Because it influences the status of network systems management. So this configuration management involves the correct configuration of devices, the adherence to known IT installation standards, and ensuring data security. So when network devices are not correctly configured, or when network administrators lack adequate training in network management, it affects the efficiency and smooth functioning of the network. Hence, these aspects become a contributing factor that plays a crucial role in determining the status of network systems management. And lastly, the nature and policy of the HEI. What do we mean by this nature and policy? The existing policy or the norms that is practiced in that specific institution. So again, this nature and policy of the HEI, this refers to the inherent characteristics, structure, and guidelines of the educational institution. It encompasses the institutional vision, organizational culture, allocation of resources and policies related to technology adoption, IT training, and budget allocation for network infrastructure, which collectively influence the approach to network management. So this contributes significantly to the current status of network systems management. Factors like presence of an ICT center, the definition of personal duties, and the availability of certified IT professionals has direct impact in the institution's approach to network management. Budget allocations and policies regarding IT training and development also shape the network infrastructures and subsequently influence the overall status of network systems management. So in tying this analysis to the previous slides, we can perceive that the current status of network systems management is a product of these contributing factors. So the challenges and strengths identified through the collected data underscored the importance of efficient network management, urging institutions to prioritize advancements in network infrastructure, configuration, and policies. So as part of the three main identified factors, as previously discussed from the previous slide, the following intricate components or sub-factors are what constitute the three main factors influencing the network systems management in public HEIs of Sulu. So we have under the network infrastructure, the essential sub-factors encompass establishing a robust data center, upgrading the network backbone, and then providing comprehensive network data cabling, securing reliable internet service providers, and maintaining redundancy for fault tolerance. So these sub-factors collectively define the stability and scalability and, of course, the resilience of the network infrastructure. As for the network configuration, under this main factor, crucial sub-factors include ensuring correct device configurations by skilled administrators, the adequate training for the network administrator, adherence to known IT installation standards, and the segregation of network data traffic by classification, whether it is categorized through voice, categorized through data as normal data. And then these sub-factors collectively determine the efficiency, the security, and as well as the optimal functioning of the network. For the nature and HEI's policy, within this said factor, pivotal sub-factors encompass the establishments of an ICT center, defining clear personnel duties, meaning the job descriptions, duties of the personnel or staffs of the ICT is clearly defined. So defining clear personnel duties, employing certified IT professionals, budget allocation for network upgrades, and implementing mandatory technology training, these sub-factors significantly influence the institutional approach, resources, and guidelines that steer the course of network management. So understanding and addressing these sub-factors in each main factor is instrumental in devising strategies to optimize network systems management and consequently enhance the academic and administrative operations within the public higher educational institutions of Sulu. Having comprehensively examined the contributing factors, it is paramount that we now transition to the understanding how the network systems management directly impacts the operations of public higher educational institutions in Sulu. So the data and findings we have compiled as depicted in this table shed light on the profound influence network systems have on the core operations of these academic institutions. So network systems management is the linchpin in ensuring seamless operations within these HEIs. So the research findings as showcased in this table affirm that efficient network administration is intrinsically linked to policy implementation and academic rankings, technology advancement, and even employability of graduates, as well as well as we dissect the data, we unveil a direct correlation between a well-managed network and heightened academic effectiveness. Moreover, inter-campus communication availability of IT equipment and the role of network administrators emerge as a vital factors A well-managed network fosters improved communication, resource sharing, and data security among campuses. This, in turn, significantly impacts the institution's overall efficiency, the academic collaboration, and ultimately, the quality of education imparted. In essence, the data here elucidates that an effectively managed network is not merely an operational need, but a catalyst for elevating the academic and administrative prowess of these said institutions. It establishes the digital infrastructure upon which modern education thrives, ensuring that higher education institutions in the province are poised for technological evolution and enhanced educational outcomes. So this is imperative link between network systems management and institutional operations vividly underscores the essence of our discussion from the previous slides. So accentuating the pivotal role that network systems play in fortifying the backbone of academia. Okay, so as we transition to this slide, we embark on the deeper exploration of the significant influence of the factors. So this was measured through the linear regression analysis. So the culmination of the research, as evidenced in the following sections, unearths the substantial impact these factors wield on network systems management within the academic landscape. In the first column, as you can see in the left side, the result of the data analysis reveals a high correlation between network infrastructure management and the current status of network systems management. In these institutions, specifically, the presence of secure and reliable internet service providers, as well as security access portal and the existence of data center, all signify the critical role that infrastructure plays in bolstering the network's functionality. So these sub-items are proven to be significant contributors to the overall status of network systems management in the public HEIs of Sulu Province. Moreover, the middle column under the network configuration light on the noteworthy influence of network configuration management. So it underscores the importance of proper device configuration and administrator training in ensuring efficient network operations. So the findings highlights that how the absence of these aspects negatively impacts the status of network systems management within the HEIs. These sub-items are substantiated as significant factors through the research. And furthermore, the red column here under the nature and HEIs policy reaffirms that the significance of the nature and policy of the HEI and the presence of an ICT center, the defined personal duties, certified IT professionals in the HEIs, and the offering of computing courses in these institutions all play a pivotal role in shaping the institutional approach to network management. So the absence or the, shall I say, inadequacy of these sub-items directly affects the network status within the higher education institutions. So as we progress towards the conclusion of our presentation, we now synthesize the wealth of insights and data we have accumulated throughout the research. So this research unravels the critical interplay between the network systems management, and the day-to-day transactions and operations within educational institutions. So efficient network systems facilitate seamless communication, ensure secure data storage and access, and enable collaborative learning platforms. It also underpins the academic experience, empowers administrative functions, and ultimately uh, elevates the educational quality imparted. While the research was localized to the province of Sulu, its implications reverberate far beyond these geographical boundaries. The insights gained can serve as a benchmark for other educational institutions seeking to assess their own network systems management. So the core benefits and pivotal role of network systems in higher education institutions remain consistent, emphasizing the broader significance of the findings. In essence, this topic advocates for a proactive approach in embracing and optimizing network systems, not just in Sulu, but across educational landscapes, acknowledging and as well as prioritizing efficient network management can be a transformative step in enhancing the educational ecosystem, ensuring that institutions are future ready and equipped to nurture a technologically advanced educational community. Okay, so and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening, and once again, good day. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. As for your references, these are the references for my topic. Thank you very much.
Dr. Vijay Kumar, are you still there? Okay, thank you, Professor Mudsamir A. Hayudini, for the presentation about about HEI's data processing. So thank you, listeners, for your time to listen to the presentation and explanation of our first presenter, speaker, Professor Mustamir Hayudini. So now, we will be presenting and introducing our distinct honored international speaker. I think he is on site. Dr. Vijay Kumar. Okay, I think Dr. Vivek is already present. Okay, so before we will allow our next international speaker to give his presentation, may I introduce him? He graduated in Bachelor of Science in Chemistry, and he finished Computer Administration in Master of Computer Administration at the VE University del Gaum, Kamataka. He also started his teaching career in 2002 and obtained UGC NET clearance. Professor in the different colleges of Himachal Pradesh, like in Government PG College, Hamirpur, Government PG College, Dharamshala in India. His expertise is on computer science that includes networking, database, and operating system. Currently, He is doing research in the field of distributing process to solve critical problem in distributing processing and cloud computing. He also published several research international papers. May I respectfully present and introduce Dr. Vivek Chowdhury, an assistant professor of the Department of Computer Application. Dr. Vivek, you may now take the floor to give your presentations to our on-site audience and our virtual audiences. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Magna. First of all, good morning to all. And thanks to the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to deliver the lecture on this platform. Am I audible? My
Yes,
voice
you are.
is- Okay, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Magna. So,
Vivek sir, if possible, please on the lights.
I'm on the light. I'm visible or not?
You are visible,
My-
but looking very dark.
No, ma'am, that's not the issue. My presentation is visible.
Yes, it's visible, sir. It's visible.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Should I start?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, please wait, Vivek, sir. Yes, Vijay, sir, you wants to say something?
To the speaker.
Any question? Any doubt?
We have an introduction to the speaker.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay,
Please.
okay, ma'am. You can. Please.
Just a minute.
Should I start?
Introduction to the speaker.
Vivek sir, wait for a few seconds. They have an
Okay,
introduction
okay,
for
sir.
you. After the introduction over, you can start.
Like this.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Vivek Chowdhury, who is a national speaker, Directorate of Higher Education, Government of Himachal Pradesh, India. Dr. Vivek holds various national and international certifications on cloud computing and network security. We are eager to hear from you, sir, on cloud computing and distributed processing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for taking our invitation and making yourself available on this online forum. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thanks. So I am starting. My topic is cloud computing in distributed processing. So in this, we are discussing about the cloud computing and how cloud computing works in the distributed system. As we know, nowadays we are using the concept of cloud computing in maximum of the fields. Most of the work done today is on cloud. And cloud computing works in the distributed system. So first of all, I will discuss about this distributed system and then some properties of the cloud computing, and after that, how cloud computing works in the distributed environment. So first of all, we should start with the definition of the distributed system. And as we know that distributed system, there are different processes which are interconnected through some communication network. And the different processors communicate with each other by using the concept of message passing. it is not the concept of message passing. They also use the concept of token management or the quorum management. So different processes communicate with by using the different methods. And the processor can use either the local resources or the global resources. And to use the global resources, the processor communicate with other processors on the network, which are there on the network. So there are some properties of the distributed system through which we can say that that system is distributed. As we know, in networking, there are different type of systems such as centralized system, peer-to-peer, and distributed system. Each system has its own properties, and the properties of distributed system, these are, first property is that there is no common physical clock. As in case of centralized system, we know that there is one common physical clock for each process. But in distributed system, due to the absence of common physical clock, the different processors use the message passing concept in order to communicate with each other. That is, they have to pass the message and coordinate by using the concept of message passing. If one process is not getting the reply, then it means that process cannot use the particular service. The second property of distributed system, that is, they do not have the shared memory. There is no shared memory among the different processes in case of distributed system. And for that purpose, we use either the concept of local memory or distributed memory. The third property of distributed system, that is, they are geographically separated. They are not present at one place. For example, in case of wide area network, we are having the different systems which are geographically separated and they are situated in different countries. The fourth property of distributed system, that is heterogeneity. And heterogeneity, as we know, the different processes operate in different environments. And in distributed system, the processes have different speeds, they use different operating system, and they work in different architecture. So these are some properties of the distributed system. Now we will discuss the characteristics of distributed system. What are the different characteristics? And first and most important characteristic, that is fault tolerance. How the different processes in the distributed system, how can they tolerate the fault? Because the fault can be hardware and it can be of software. So how our distributed system is capable of holding these faults? And in case if some fault occurs, then how they can recover those faults? That is the first characteristic of the fault tolerance, that our distributed system should be capable of tolerating the fault. And second characteristic of distributed system, that is scalability. Scalability means how the different nodes, we can add the different nodes in the existing system, and that too without degrading the performance of the current system. That is scalability. And in scalability, the one factor we have to consider, that we have to add the new node at the same time. We don't have to degrade the performance of the system. The next characteristic, that is, of the distributed system is single coherent system. So distributed system should appear as a single coherent system. The user should be of the view that there are the different processes and they should not be aware of that these processes are geographically distributed across the network. The user should get the view that this system is acting as single coherent system. And the next characteristic is collection of autonomous computer system. It is the basic definition of the networking. As we know that the different researcher has given the different definition of the computer networking, and Andreas Tannenbaum, a renowned researcher in the networking, but he has given that a distributed system is a collection of independent entities that cooperate to solve a problem that cannot be individually solved and appear to users as a single coherent system. So these are the different characteristics of the distributed system. Next is, there are different types of distributed system, and cloud computing is one of the type of the distributed system. The different types of the distributed system are, the first one is grid-based distributed system. In grid-based distributed system, mostly the computer have same operating system and it may connect with same network. So the grid computing systems are diverse. A key issue in designing the grid computing is to share the resource from different organizations. And a collaboration is formed among different organizations, and it is implemented by using the concept of virtual organizations. Second one is cloud-based distributed system. So cloud-based distributed system, here we are using the concept of cloud-based services, which we are going to discuss. Next one is cluster computing. So in cluster computing, a cluster is formed, and in the processes can cooperate, can share the data according to the cluster. Next one is pervasive system. These systems are those systems which share their location, and there are number of applications of these systems nowadays. So the system which share their locations, they comes under this distributed pervasive system. Next, we will discuss the principles of distributed system. What are the different principles of distributed system? And first one is the architecture. As we know, whenever we build the application, we have to build the architecture. Whether we are concerning with building the architecture of the computer system, whether we have to build the architecture of the database, whether we have to build the architecture of the operating system. So the first principle, while designing the distributed system, is to develop the architecture. And when we develop the architecture, in case of distributed system, it is the architecture style. And style is, it reflects the basic principles which are followed while communicating with the different components in distributed systems. So first of all, we have to develop the architecture. And in case of distributed system, it is the style which we have to develop in architecture. And the second one is processes. As we know, different processes in different distributed system has to communicate. There should be some mechanism through which different processes may communicate and coordinate with each other. So as we discussed, the different processes use a different mechanism for coordination. It may be message passing, it may be token management, it may be by using the concept of forums. So there are different type of algorithms which exist in distributed systems through which processes can coordinate, can communicate with different machines. So next principle is communication. And it is one of the most important principle of the distributed system. If we do not have the communication, then there is no mean that the processes communicate in distributed system. So communication deals with how the different processes communicate with other processes over the network. And there are different type of paradigm which are there in the communication. Basically, we use three type of communication paradigms. These are inter-process communication, remote invocation, and indirect communication. In inter-process communication, the different processes, inter-processes communicate with each other. And in remote invocation, we have to invoke a remote processor or server. And indirect communication, we use the concept of different processes which are communicating by using the concept of intermediate mediums. Next, in distributed system, we have to deal the protocols. So protocols, as we know, these are the rules and regulations which we deal, or it is an agreement between the communicating parties. These are the basic definitions of the protocols. So there are different protocols which we use, and without these protocols, we cannot communicate with each other. Number of protocols we use in networking, in distributed system, in cloud environment. The next one is middleware. So middleware is also important. If we are not having the middleware, then we cannot communicate. In distributed operating system is not intended to handle a collection of independent computers, while a network operating system does not provide a view of single coherent system. So main issue here to combine the features of both the systems, that is the scalability and openness of the network operating system. Scalability means we have to add the new nodes, and openness means those new nodes are open to communicate with other nodes on the networking. There are transparency related issues in distributed systems. Then we are having the concept of synchronous and asynchronous communication. So in distributed system, these are the different type of communications. In synchronous communication, the sending and receiving processes synchronize at every message. Means in synchronization, once we started the communication, we cannot terminate unless the synchronization is complete, unless the message has been received at the user end. Whereas in case of asynchronous communication, the send operation and receive operation can start independently. We can start the send operation, and there is no need that the receiving station is online or not, is ready to receive the message or not. So in asynchronous form of communication, the send operation is non-blocking, which means that sending process is allowed to proceed as soon as the message has been copied to a local buffer, and the transmission of the message proceeds in parallel with the sending process. Whereas it is not the case of synchronous communication. So in distributed communication, we have to take care whether we are using synchronous or asynchronous communication. Next one is the concept of naming. So name, as we know, we give name to our domain, to our websites. The same case, in a name in distributed system is a collection of strings or characters, which we use as in domain names, which we use as in case of other applications. So same format we use, that we have to use the address, then identifier, and then the human-friendly names. So naming, while naming, these three types we have to consider: address, identifier, and the human friendly name should be human friendly. The next principle is regarding the consistency and replication of the distributed system. As we know, our data should be consistent. If at any point our data becomes inconsistent, then there is no mean of that communication. So consistency should be there. And if we are not having the consistency, then whole of this distributed system that become irrelevant. There is no use to communicate. And another one is we have to keep different copies of the data. That is replication. And these different copies we can use. We can use when our data get lost, or we can use in case of backup. So consistency and replication is the principle. So now we will start. This is the introduction regarding the concept of the distributed system. Now we will start the definition of cloud computing. Cloud means which is present everywhere, omnipresent. Cloud means every user can use the resource according to the network, according to the services which are provided by the cloud, whether these services are public, private, and other type of services. So, National Institute of Standard and Technology, what they say, the definition of the cloud computing, the definition is the cloud computing model allows convenient, omnipresent access to the network on demand, and that to the common pool of manageable computer assets. So in this definition, it is clear that cloud computing should be present everywhere. So they access the network resources on demand. Whenever the user want to use that service, they can use that service on demand. And there are some pool of some infrastructure, some hardware, common pool we can refer it, which are there in the cloud computing. So cloud computing, there are having different instances such as server, applications, networks, storage, and services. So it can be easily provided and published with minimal management interaction or effort with the service provider. So cloud model encourages accessibility. It consists of 5 different characteristics, and these characteristics are: first one is on-demand self-service, second one is broad network access, third one is the resource pooling, fourth one is the rapid elasticity, and fifth one is the measured services. We will discuss these one by one. So first of all, again, we will discuss this cloud computing definition. So Venquero and others, according to them, cloud computing is characterized by an easily usable and accessible pool of virtual resources. So in cloud computing, we can also use virtual resources. And here it is decided which and how resources are used, and these can be configured dynamically. So in cloud computing, resources has to configure dynamically, and it provides the basis for adding the new nodes. That is the scalability. For example, a customer can simply acquire more resources if he or she want to request or want to use. The link to utility computing is formed by the fact that cloud computing is generally based on pay-per-use model. Yeah, this is pay-per-use model, that if we want to use the cloud computing services, we have to pay according to our use. And these are some basic agreements between the customers and between the cloud computing providing service providers. And this is basically known as service level agreements, SLA. And these service level agreements provide the basis for providing the services to the different customers. And here we also use the concept of quality of service. How the customers, how the company or service level agreement which is being done by the provider, they are providing the service to the customer. So these are the different layers of the cloud computing. These different layers which are being used by the cloud computing architecture. And these layers are hardware, infrastructure, platform, applications. These are the different layers that cloud computing uses, hardware uses. In hardware, we are having the CPU, memory, disk, the bandwidth of the network. It is related with the hardware. Second one is the infrastructure. In infrastructure, how we are managing the different infrastructure in cloud computing. It may be virtual machines, it may be storage. The next one is platform. Which platform we are using. For example, Java, Python, .NET, and in storage, we are using the concept of SQL Server, then Oracle, what type of databases, and then the application. At the topmost, we are having the application layer. So in application layer, how the different users interact with these different three layers. So the hardware layer, it is the lowest layer and it forms by the means to manage the necessary hardware. And what is the necessary hardware? It involves the processors, routers, different networking devices, different database devices, and not only these, it also involves the power and cooling systems. So it is generally implemented at data centers, and contains the sources that customers normally never get to see directly. So this is the hardware layer. The next one is the infrastructure layer. So in infrastructure, it is the backbone for most cloud computing platforms, and it deploys virtualization techniques to provide customers an infrastructure, and that infrastructure should consist of virtual storage and computing resources. In cloud computing, that involves around allocating and managing virtual storage devices and virtual servers. This is the function of the infrastructure layer. The next layer is platform. So, what is platform? It is just like our operating system. In normal system, what our operating system does, that is the platform, which is platform layer which our platform provides in cloud computing, and that is to the cloud computing customers. In platform, we are using the concept of API, that is application programmer interface, which includes all to uploading and executing a program in the vendor's cloud. And the topmost layer, that is the application layer. So in application layer, this layer is concerned with how the different users interact with the different, these three layers, lower layers of the cloud computing. And here we are also using the concept of this data abstraction. We are hiding everything. And just we have discussed previously that user can get the view that it is the single coherent application which he or she is working. So this application layer is responsible for interacting with the different layers of the cloud computing. And the examples, it may include text processor, spreadsheet, or the different cloud computing applications which we interact. So there are different service models of the cloud computing. And these are the different service models according to the service which are being provided by the different layer of the cloud computing architecture. And according to these different layers, these different services are being provided. First one, infrastructure as a service, then platform as a service, then application as a service, and on the top of this, the client. How the client are using these different type of services. The infrastructure as a service, as we discussed, we use virtual machines, servers, storage, the concept of load balancers. The load balancers can be static or dynamic. And then we use the concept of networking. In platform as a service, we are using, which platform we are using? The different development tools, the different web servers, the concept of databases, and then software as a service. But we are using email, virtual desktop, communications, games, etc. So in infrastructure as a service, again, according to the National Institute of Standard and Technology, it is the first service model of the cloud computing. And it offers virtualized computing services over the internet. And in the infrastructure as a service model, on behalf of its customers, a third-party vendor hosts the network, application, storage, server, and other infrastructure mechanisms. So infrastructure as a service provider also hosts consumers and manage activities. For example, for creating the backup, the system maintenance, and scheduling. Infrastructure as a service system have highly flexible services that can be altered on demand, making them model for experimental, temporary, and the changing workloads. So there are two types of network services available in infrastructure as service. These are load balancing and domain name system. In load balancing, we have to balance the load. There are different type of mechanism which we use for load balancing, static load balancing or dynamic load balancing. But in cloud computing, we use the concept of dynamic load balancing. That is, at the runtime, we have to balance the load. And domain name system, that how we are using the concept of domains, and it is related with the concept of different IP addresses. So as we know, IP addresses uses some hierarchical naming system, and the protocol that we use, that is IP, Internet Protocol. Next service is platform as a service. So in platform as a service, it is used to delivering applications using the internet, and in internet, it distributes applications over the internet. So in this model, a cloud providers offers its consumers as a service which software and hardware assets, usually those essential for application creation. The hardware and software are hosted on their own network by platform as a service supplier. So as a consequence, to build or run a new program, platform as a service frees users from having to install in-house hardware and software. So that is very important. The users don't have to install the expensive hardware and software at their end. This service is being provided by the platform. So it doesn't replace the entire infrastructure of the company, but instead it relies on important assets. For example, Java application or creation hosting from platform as a service providers. So the next service is software as a service. Again, we are providing the applications. Here we are using the different applications. Here we are using the different softwares. For example, the fundamental technology that support service-oriented architecture and web services, mature and novel development approaches like Ajax, it becomes popular. And software as a service is becoming popular day by day. And it is closely linked to the distribution model for application service providers and on-demand computing applications. And the different users interact with this software as a service. So the different deployment model which we use in cloud computing, these are public clouds, private clouds, hybrid clouds, and the community cloud. These are the different models which we use in deployment models. So first one is public cloud. So public cloud, as the name suggests, everyone is open to it. Public means the sources are public, it is open, means free of cost. Public cloud is described by third-party providers as computing services providing on the public internet, and it allows them to accessible those who wish to use or purchase them. Mostly it is free, and the customer, if they have to use some payable services, then they have to pay for storage, for using the CPU, or for bandwidth. They have to pay. Public cloud, just like private cloud, it can save enterprise from expensive cost of buying functionals and maintaining on-site applications and hardware infrastructures. Next one is private cloud. It is the second deployment model of the cloud, and these models are typically inside the customer's firewall, with cloud environments especially dedicated to the end consumers. These models generally execute on-site, and the industries are now building these models on off-site lease seller maintained data centers. Whole cloud create this model when a unique client with completely access is dedicated to fundamental IT infrastructure. And at the same time, if we have to use the private cloud, we have to pay to merge the different resources. In case of physical hardware or the shared pool, a private cloud user uses virtual technologies. So by using the concept of virtual technologies at a period of time, and by using the concept of clusters, the cloud doesn't have to build dissimilar physical structures. Next one is hybrid cloud. So in hybrid, we combines the facilities which are the services which are being provided by the public cloud and the private cloud. Hybrid means we are working in a heterogeneous environment. So hybrid cloud combines several infrastructures in into a single heterogeneous environment. So it is the grouping of private cloud, traditional data centers, and public clouds. While these environments remain distinct, they can work successfully together and act as one atmosphere. And the last deployment model is the community cloud. In community cloud, we are enhancing the concept of public cloud. And we form one particular community and share those resources which belong to that particular community. It is particularly helpful for highly regulated industries. Community cloud can be defined as multi-party communication company in which the information is pooled in a cloud space between different organizations and which falls under a common community. So in this case, we form one common community and the processes share those resources. So these are some essential characteristics of the cloud computing. And these are on-demand self-services, resource pooling, broad network access, elasticity, then measured services. These are the different characteristics. And first one is the on-demand self-service. So customer can automatically provide computing capabilities. For example, network storage and server time. And these capabilities provide automatically according to client requirement without any interaction with human, with every service provider. So if I want to use some cloud service, then I can use it at my own will. So on-demand self-service provides that facility. Second one, broad network access. As we know that neither the distributed system nor the cloud computing, they cannot work without the network access. We should have some network access. Then only we can use the different facilities of the computer, cloud computing, and the distributed systems. So in broad network access, for example, we should have the internet connection. We should have the different services which are there being provided by the internet connection. For example, if some business person, if he travels and if he want to use some cloud computing, then he can use the online resources of the company, of her company, which may be hosted in different country. And the internet connection may be hosted in different country. So it does not mean that in single network he can work. He has to use the different network. For example, the concept of wide area network. So in broad network access, the network facilities should be there. And the capabilities can be accessed over the network and accessed through a standard framework. And in that standard framework, we can also use the heterogeneous network. Heterogeneous network or the thin consumers platforms we can operate. Next one is the resource pooling. So we have to pool the resources. Resource pooling, the concept is that the different resources, the services of different resources can be pooled in distributed network. So multi-tenancy, we use the concept of multi-tenancy in resource pooling. It implies that many clients are supported by a single instance of the program and its supporting infrastructure. Each client shares the application of the program and shares a single database as well. The knowledge from each tenant is isolated and remains invisible to the other tenants. The next one is rapid elasticity. It is the characteristics of the cloud computing. And as we know, just we have discussed the concept of scalability, but scalability, we can add the new nodes up to the limit. Every network will have some limit. And beyond that, if we are using this concept of elasticity, then we cannot use this elasticity. So the capability accessible for provisioning also act to the customer and may not be adopted at any period in any quantity. We have to limit this elasticity. Next one is the measured services. So in measured services, again, we use the concept of service level agreements and the quality of service, which this service level agreement provider is providing to the customer. So here we use the concept of SLA and quality of service, which are being provided by the service providers. And quality of service is being measured by execution time, by number of messages, by using another criteria. There are different criteria which we use in this case. So this is the concept how we use the cloud computing in distributed processing. So cloud computing in general, if we have to use the concept of distributed processing, so different algorithms have been developed for distributed processing. But the concept of cloud computing is different. How we can use the cloud computing in distributed processing? Because we have to take care of the service level agreement and the quality of service which the user, which the service provider is providing to the user. So in cloud computing model, generally provide on-demand network access to the shared resources and the services of cloud computing. These are hosted on a series of virtual machines, and these virtual machines run over different physical machines. These are important points. The property of cloud elasticity, it must be fulfilled, but up to the limit. The cloud elasticity, it is the ability to provide the cloud resources to different processes dynamically. In large distributed systems, which are based on cloud computing, the resources are shared to the clients. There must be some service level agreements between these clients and service provider. So in service level agreement, the quality of service, it is the main issue. The changing needs of the cloud computing, it must be taken into consideration. The new properties of cloud computing, such as scalability, fault tolerance, quality of service, must be considered while developing the new algorithms. Since applications in cloud computing share resources, so concurrent access to them might be critical in order to avoid inconsistencies. And these resources are considered as critical section, and concurrent access to these resources must be done carefully, and some mutual exclusion algorithm must be there. So generally what we use basic 3 algorithms in distributed environment and for using the concept of cloud computing in distributed environment. These are the most basic algorithms, and they use token-based approach, non-token-based approach, and quorum-based approach. In token-based approach, a token are always circulate on the network, and the process which want to communicate, which want to process, which want to use the resources must first acquire the token. Next one, this is the non-token based approach, and most of the cloud computing algorithm use this non-token based approach because it uses the concept of message passing. And What is the concept of message passing? When one side want to enter the critical section, means one want to use the resources. First, it has to send the message, and on getting the reply message, then only that process can use the resource or can enter the critical section. Next one, in quorum-based approach. And in quorum-based approach, a quorum is formed, and the sites which belongs to that quorum can simultaneously access the different resources of that service, of that site. The common site is responsible to make sure that only one request execute the service at any time. So in cloud computing, we have to maintain the priority. We have to service the priority. If we are not using this concept of priority, then in cloud services may not get appropriate response. So priority algorithms are dependent on different characteristics of the cloud computing, such as fault tolerance, quality of service, scalability, priority. Priority can be categorized as static priority and dynamic priority. So in cloud computing, we do not use this concept of static priority. We use this concept of dynamic priority, and there are a number of algorithms which are being developed to implement this concept of dynamic priority. There are a number of researchers who have developed this cloud computing with the help of this dynamic priority. And these are Karnar-Chaki token-based algorithm, then Raymond algorithms, then Jonathan Ligier and others algorithms. These are different algorithms which implement the concept of cloud by using the concept of dynamic priority. And as we know, the priority changes in cloud computing. Priority cannot remain same. So there are different algorithms, like in Karnar-Chaki token-based algorithm, where the low priority processes frequently access the critical section, means which they access the resources, which is priority inversion, and priority inversion should not be there when we are using the concept of cloud computing. So we should have to minimize this priority inversion. What happens in priority inversion? A low priority process has been granted the access to the resources, to the critical section, before the high priority process. So it should not be there in cloud computing. So when we are using the concept of cloud computing, we use these performance matrices. How we can measure the performance when the different processes communicate with each other in the cloud environment and that in the distributed computing by using the concept of distributed computing. These different performance matrices are message complexity. So message complexity means...
audible? Vivek sir, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
sorry
yes.
for the interruption, sir. Actually, it's time for our next speaker. Will you please conclude this?
I'm concluding. It is the last slide.
Oh, sorry, sir. Okay, thank you.
So message complexity, concurrency, synchronization delay, and the number of SLA violations, then critical section execution time, then evaluating the degree of quality of service differentiations. These are the different performance matrices which we use in cloud computing. So this is all about my lecture about the cloud computing in distributed networking. Actually, there are a number of different issues which we use in cloud computing, and by using the concept of distributed networking or distributed processing. And so I'm concluding with this. Okay, thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Vivek, for that very well presented. Okay. Ayan na. Ako nag-register na. Thank you very much, Dr. Vivek, for that very well presented lecture about your topic on cloud computing process. Okay, for our first presentation, this earlier from Professor Mudsayudini about managing the network systems. It enhance and facilitate learnings of students, giving access to the advancement of latest technology to the educational institution. Thus, it will equip students with better understanding and knowledge towards success. So it is very important and significant to the learnings of every student. And for the topic of our uh, Dr. Vivek is about the cloud computing process, in which it is an integral aspect of any computer services. It helps in the delivery of storage, database software, analytics, networking, and intelligence over the internet, or what we call the cloud, for backup storage. So thank you for giving us insights about the characteristics of distributed system, that we have single coherent system and the collection of autonomous distribution. And you also include the principles of distributed system. So this information and knowledge is very helpful to every educational institution. With that, sir, thank you very much for your lecture this afternoon.
I think our next program is for the session of the international paper presenters. May I request our international coordinators to please inform us if we will be starting it, or shall it be with you in your shall it be in you who will going to start with the presentation?
Magbalik mo na ko.
Doc Shalja, are you still with us? Hello, everyone. Are you still there? Dr. Shalja. Ay, mag-stop lang kita dito.
Hello, now we are going to have our students' presentation.
You can start
And,
presentation with your university's presenters.
Yeah. So we have first presenter, Vishwa Chandra.
Do one presentation. Excuse
Okay.
me, Vijay ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Vijay.
Ma'am, we will take one presentation from Sulu University. Please allow us.
Okay, you continue with your presentation. Okay, thank you.
Actually, they are facing network issues. That's why they want to do a presentation.
Problem, you carry on. We will later take over.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Dr. Meghna, please start.
Thank you, Ma'am. Dr. Vijay Kumar and Dr. Shalja. Shall I have the honor to present the two chairpersons who will be presenting the presenters this afternoon? Our first chairperson, Professor Ziradar M. Agilani Misa, a registered nurse and a graduate of Master of Arts in Nursing at Notre Dame Ovalo College in the year 2017. And she earned her degree in Bachelor of Science in Nursing at the same institution in 2012. And currently, she is a faculty member of the College of Nursing, and she started working as clinical instructor about 4 years from now. So, and our next chairperson is Professor Brenda Husin, who is also uh, clinical instructor of the College of Nursing, the same institution, Mindanao State University, Sulu. So, Ma'am Ziradar Agilani Misa, you may now start with the introduction of the speakers. So, startan na kayo, Ma'am Kwan. We will start with the MSU Sulu presenter. Thank you. Ma'am Kwan na. Ma'am
Assalamualaikum and good day to everyone. So please let me introduce to you our presenter from Mindanao State University Sulu of College of Computer Studies, the Dean, Professor Nuriza J. Latorre, with PhD with the position of Associate Professor 5, the Acting Dean of College of the Computer Studies of MSU Sulu, Philippines. She was born on July 25, 1975, married with 4 children. She finished her BS Computer Science at Ateneo de Zamboanga University and also finished her Master of Public Administration at MSU Sulu. She also finished her Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Management at MSU Sulu. She is also a former college secretary of College of Business Administration and Computer Studies at MSU Sulu. She is also a former department chairperson of Computer Studies Department under the College of Business Administration and Computer Studies of MSU Sulu. She is also the former secretary of MSU Sulu Faculty Union and the former board member of MSU Sulu Faculty Union. So now may I present to you Professor Nuriza J. Latorre with the title of her topic, Student Record Management System of the Public Higher Education Institutions in Sulu, a transition to the new era of educational management. Ma'am?
Ma'am, please unmute your audio, ma'am. Unmute your mic, ma'am. It's not audible.
Madam, kindly unmute your audio.
Okay, am I on?
Yeah,
Yes,
now
yes.
you are audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our co-presenters from India and the other presenters from the college, from the Mindanao State University Sulu of the Philippines. I am honored to present my dissertation entitled Student Record Management System of the Public Higher Education Institutions in Sulu, a transition to the new era of educational management. The earliest educational management as a field of study began in early 20th century in the United States and in the late 1960s in the United Kingdom. Education, having become a human basic need, continued to gain focus and deeper understanding from experts and scholars all over the world since then. Globalization has had made dramatical changes as educational institutions began to embark on modernization. The concept of modernization has led to innovation after innovation of educational tools and approaches. The education system implemented today has already evolved from Education 1.0 to Education 4.0. The evolution stages of education system can be characterized by the changing needs of the students and the industry. As pointed out by Dr. Gregoris A. Makrides, Education 1.0 is described as an era where learners are receptacles of knowledge, where the administration is authoritarian, the student is the passive recipient, there is teacher-centered system where the teacher gives knowledge as the absolute leader in the classroom, and technology is forbidden in the classroom. So those were the days. Now, let's move on to Education 2.0, where they view learners as communicating, connecting, and collaborating. There is a little change in as far as communication and collaboration are starting to grow. There is examination-based approach where the result is the examination memorization of knowledge. There is an underestimated student-centered approach. There are learning outcomes, but still on paper. And the schools are still talking hours of teaching where they should be talking hours of learning. Moreover, there is an invasion of technology and social networking, but the class continues to have the same structure. Students tend to know more about technologies better than the teachers. There are many choices, but no money for buying and applying. And there is no teaching or teacher learning, teacher training rather. Then in Education 3.0, student-centered approach is used. The teacher is transformed into facilitator slash coordinator facilitator, advisor, learner, and practical guide. The student is now searching, researching, flipped classroom method applies, more dialogue, and technology is everywhere. The classical type of classroom no longer exists, and lesson plans are now called learning plans. Finally, in Education 4.0, co-creation and innovation is in the center of the platform. There is the interactive practical exercise. Learning is done at home or outside the school while in school, student develop skills. There is now the development of personalized teaching and learning. Learning plans are now called creativity plans, and technology is free and easily accessible. To top it all, there is increased use of virtual reality, and the continuous evolution and innovation require the need for continuous training and development of new knowledge and skills by everybody. The new era of educational management has emerged to theorize the adaptation to the demands of the digital age. The methods of educational services are affected by the changes in science, economics, technology, and the general education. So the education system must adjust to the requisites of the global market economy. The education management system must now ensure effective changes in the educational process. Modernization is now a must. Changes are necessary to increase efficiency, by which the only other choice is stagnation and consequently obsoleteness. Now, modernization in a simplified understanding is the adoption of technology not just to automate and speed up processes, but more importantly, to provide the means for the management to attain its goals and objectives more efficiently. Modernization of educational institutions is modernization of educational management per se. In a given setting, the concept covers the vast services of the school, from the administration to the resource management, all the way down to student services and programs, encompassing all parts and subparts of school operations. One of the bigger concerns of educational management is student information administration. It requires proper handling in the best possible way. A modernized student record management contributes to the strengthening of the qualities of good school and administration. Now, here in Sulu, where we currently live, it is a far-flung province remote from the modernization of the larger cities in the Philippines, mainly due to its geographical location. There have already been indications of technology advancements with the advent of wireless technology. The two giants of telecommunications company have begun to erect their towers on the terrains of the mainland as more and more people, adults and child alike, have acquired their own technology devices and gadgets. We have banks and line agencies that are remotely connected to other branches of their offices all over the country, and a number of independent internet service providers, or ISPs, have mushroomed to provide connectivity. Modernization is all the more evident in the education sector. Schools have procured computer units and other devices, and there are programs of information technology, computer science, and computer engineering offered in higher education. Now, the development of new educational methods and tools to improve the quality of educational services strengthens the approach and techniques of a good educational management. In effect, a significant increase in the number of enrollees will be evident, and the operational workers will exhibit better dispositions in the office. A student record management system, or SRMS, is vital to the academic institution wanting the leap to the big change. Technically, an SRMS is a collection of interconnected systems for the management of student information aimed at providing the right information at the right time to the right people, and thereby continuing or contributing to the attainment of the goals of the academic institution. Student record management is the core of the school's operation. Modernization in today's educational management is basically influenced by the intention of the school administration to upgrade the management of student records and ensure its continued use for the longest time possible. There are 3 public higher educational institutions, or HEIs, in Sulu. We have the Haji Butu School of Arts and Trade, or we call it HABSAT, HPSAT, the Sulu State College, SSC, and our very own Mindanao State University Sulu campus, or the MSU Sulu. In general, the purpose of this qualitative study is to assess the SRMS of these HEIs to establish an understanding of their progression in the transition to the new era of educational management. So as you can see, I have here 7 research problems. Number 1, what are the student record management system software utilized by the HEIs in Sulu? Number 2, how are the network connections among the offices using the systems designed? How do the HEIs manage the data in the systems to ensure security and ease of use? How scalable are the systems used in the offices? What are the educational management plans on the upscaling of the systems? What are the computing issues in the offices using the systems? And last but not the least, what strategies do the HEIs use for the proper maintenance of their systems? In the assessment of public HEI's SRMS development, the first factor to be considered is the systems that compose the larger system. System in the field of technology and computing connotes a multifaceted idea. A system can be a system of software, a package of programs for one application use. A system may also be a software engineering development. In a consolidated understanding, a system can be a system of systems. So it has always been an issue for me as a faculty in one of my classes that whenever one of my students would ask the difference between a system and a program, it would always cause an issue. So I think there should be an understanding that a system can be also a system of systems. while we are used to the understanding that a system is a composition of sub-programs and smaller programs consolidated into one. In the context of this study, system or systems shall refer to both the software applications of the SRMS and the SRMS itself as a whole. The software pieces relatively collected together are the main components of the SRMS. Thus, they are the first to be investigated in the HEI's understudy. In most cases, there could be several software applications utilized in the offices of the school, but are detached from one another. Without the interconnection of the applications, there is no SRMS, regardless of the fact that these applications are the very applications that make up the SRMS. Thus, the network connections of the software pieces available in the HEI are the next to be investigated. By the principles of networking, data management is equally important. Data are the fuel of the modernization machinery. If not handled properly, outputs of the system cannot be relied as correct and usable and may bring danger to the transactions in the office. But the efficacy does not warrant the finality of the system. Having the assurance of data accuracy and reliability, the applications must be scalable. In essence, they must be able to be used and reused in a range of capabilities. Hence, the assessment of the scalability of the systems used in the offices of the HEI. Scalability, or simply upgrading ability, entails larger management efforts. Without strategic plans for the upgrade of the systems, the development stages may be wasted and can no longer be put to use due to its inability to adapt to technological changes. Along with this, the human factor must also be considered. End users of the system must be guarded from the rise of computing issues. Or should there be persistent signs of issues happening, they should be properly managed. Otherwise, the technicalities of SRMS development may be hampered. Humans are always capable of misusing technology without guidance and control. This is a fact. And finally, systems development is a cycle. The revolution of a system in a cycle, which means having to revisit and reapply the requirements of the previous stages, all depends on the maintenance of the system. Without the appropriate maintenance, one may acquire the wrong notion of a system failure, or the worst case scenario of having distrust in technology despite all its benefits and advantages. The HEI's strategic maintenance approaches are essential for the long-lasting utilization of SRMS. Okay, now we have here, I will be describing how this study was conducted. Descriptive evaluative type of research design was used to conduct this qualitative study. The research design is suitable to assess the status of modernization of the public HEIs in Sulu in as far as student record management is concerned. The respondents were the heads of the information management systems of the HEI and particular key personnel. Okay, let me see some explanation here. I also want to emphasize on the justification of this study, why this study was conducted. Having identified different foci of different studies, Sulu HEIs are not far from experiencing such circumstances and concerns. In the beginning, the leap to the big change will prove to be taxing on the part of the stakeholders. So looking at Jolo, Jolo is the capital town of Sulu. It's a small town incomparable with other large and developed cities technology-wise. One can surmise that information management applications are not far for the course. Now, this study was supported by the aforementioned researchers by the fact that issues, topics, and concerns focused by the literature such as electronic data storage, data encryption, electronic processing and securing data, electronic management, factors affecting implementation, importance of management addressing issues, and the best practices are all within its context. Furthermore, This SRMS is also an established concept of computerization and acknowledged to be an essential tool, technically speaking, of the decision maker of an academic institution. So why I chose this type of evaluative or descriptive type? This study focuses on the present situation. So the purpose is to find the new truth. The truth may have different forms. Descriptive research is valuable in providing facts in which scientific judgment may be based. Basically providing essential knowledge about the nature of objects and persons. For closer observation of the practice, behavior, methods, and procedures playing a large part in the development of instruments for the measurement of many things. For example, instruments that are employed in all types of descriptive research are like data gathering instruments like questionnaires, tests, interviews, checklists, scorecards, rating scales, and observation schedules, and also formulating of policies in the local, national, or international level. Descriptive evaluative is a method used when the researcher wants to appraise the suitability and appropriateness of the present study.
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
It's already crossed 10 minutes.
Okay. Now I would like to, shall we continue? Okay, now let's go directly to the summary of findings. I have here 7 findings in collaboration or in coordination with the 7 research questions. Summary finding number 1, HEI1 has no student record management system software used. HEI2 has 4 and HEI3 has 9 of the 10 prescribed compositions of the SRMS. Summary finding number 2, the interconnection of the systems used in the offices is non-existent at HEI1, while the other HEIs has both LAN and WAN, and HEI3 has only LAN or the local area. HEI1 data management technique is not applicable, while HEI2 all the databases are centralized, and at HEI3 all of the 3 indicators of data management techniques are present. HEI1 has no systems to be assessed as scalable, but both HEIs 2 and 3 assert that all their systems are scalable. The upscaling plans are not applicable at HEI1, while HEI2 has a short-term plan and HEI3 has a long-term one. The computing issues in the offices of HEI1 have a weighted mean of 0.77, HEI2 has 1.02, and HEI3 has 1.14. And the last but not the least, the strategies used for the proper maintenance of the systems is not applicable at HEI1. HEI2 resorts to refurbishing, and HEI3 uses outright axing and replacement. So the conclusions drawn from the summary are: for the student record management system software utilized, HEI1 is at level 0. Sorry for that. HEI2 is at level 2 and HEI3 is at level 2. For the network connection, HEI1 remains at level 0, 2 and 3. 2 is at level 2 and 3 is at level 1. For data management techniques, HEI1 is at level 0, 2 is at level 1, and HEI3 is at level 3. For the scalability of the systems, HEI1 remains still at 0, HEI2 is at level 3, and HEI3 is at level 3 also. For the upscaling, HEI is at level 0, 2 is at level 2, 3 is at level 3. For the occurrence of computing issues, HEI1 is at level 3, 2 is at level 2, HEI3 is at level 2, and for the maintenance strategies, HEI1 still remains at level 0, HEI2 is at 3, and 3 is at level 1. So I think that would be all for my presentation, for the presentation of the abstract of my dissertation. Thank you very much. From Mindanao State University, Sulu, Philippines.
Okay, so thank you so much, Professor Latorre, for a very comprehensive presentation of your topic this afternoon. Now let's directly proceed to the next presenter, which is Professor Vishwa Chandra, who is a computer science engineer with the topic Emerging Trends in Computer Science. Professor Vishwa, you may now proceed with your presentation, please.
Yeah, ma'am, before that, I have an announcement for you. So, dear presenters, you have to take 8 minutes for your presentation and 2 minutes for discussion. So, ma'am,
Okay,
please
ma'am.
note,
Thank you.
note down. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, so now let's proceed to Professor Vishwa Chandra.
Yeah, we have Vishwa Chandra over here presenting. Hello.
Yeah, Candy ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah, now we will have our students' presentation. I think there he is Vishwa Chandra, right?
Yes.
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 Yeah, so I am handing over the responsibility to Nancy madam, Nancy Anurag and Harika from our Andhra Loyola College. They will be carrying up this.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Nancy madam, over to you. Please introduce Vishwa Chandra's student. Okay. Are you ready? He's sharing his screen. Vishwa Chandra, please share your screen. Vishwa Chandra, please share your screen.
మీ ల్యాప్టాప్ మీ డేట్ ల్యాప్టాప్ కనెక్ట్ చేయొచ్చు just wait.
Yeah. Just a minute. The screen is being shared.
Best report ఒకటే ఉందండి దానికి
Candy ma'am, shall we announce the next presenter? Let him take time.
Okay, so now let's.
Yes, they are ready for the presentation.
Okay, so we'll continue with the first presenter, Dana.
It's an immense pleasure and honor to be here with you, ma'am. On a two-day international conference, Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology, with collaboration with MSU. And my pitch on emerging trends in computer science engineering, ma'am. Let's begin. Since the beginning of human evolution, the hunger for innovation has become the root path in driving the world from rock ages to this modern civilization. The urge for making things simple has invented a new term called technology. And that technology has affected our lives in a good way. In 1900s and before that, we used to walk 3 days for just traveling 50 km, and now we are doing that in 30 minutes of time just by vehicles. The information used to share from one country to another country in the form of letter. It might take 4 days of time, and now that information is being shared in just by calls. Invention of cell phone, and now called as smartphone. That explains that the innovation, emerging technologies has changed the world, the part of the world. And now we are discussing about that emerging technologies in the realm of computer science. So without any delay, let's dive into those emerging technologies. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vishnu Chandra, and I'm from CSC third year, Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology. Let's begin. The table of contents, artificial intelligence and machine learning, blockchain technology, Li-Fi, robotics, quantum computing, and extended reality. Artificial intelligence and machine learning. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are two transformative technologies that have the potential to revolutionize how we live, work, and interact with the world around us. The definitions of artificial intelligence is nothing but a simulation of human intelligence processed by machines, especially computer systems. In simple words, we can say that as it's a machine that has the ability to think. And machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence that provides a system ability to automatically learn and improve from experience without being explicitly programmed. So how does this AI has come into light? Will be discussed in Rise of AI and ML. Until 1950, all the innovations that we have done of human mankind are nothing but tools that makes work simple. But in mid-1950s, we have invented something which is crucially important, that changed the way of life. We have invented a machine that can think. And there has been several advancements in that. And finally, at 2020, the best advancement of AI has become. Let's see the statistics of AI. In 2015, only 10% of organizations reported using or planning to implement AI. In 2019, the count was increased to 37% of organizations. In 2020, approximately 50% of businesses in the USA, EU, and China has deployed AI. After COVID-19 outbreak, we have seen the importance of AI. And now in 2023, more than 69% of countries reported implementing AI in its business and at least one function. So this is what AI. It's crucial to us. And I want to answer the trending debate that's shaking the world, that that's AI or these emerging technologies is going to replace the humans and decrease employment. And yes, I will be answering this statement and I'm discussing with this statement in conclusion of my session. So let's go with the applications of AI and ML. The applications include image recognition, whether in users or individual image is being checked, just like as my FRS facial recognition system attendance. It includes speech recognition, just like our Alexa, Siri, and Google Assistant, where the voice is become the actual command, voice instructions are converted into text. Recommender systems, which we can see daily in our Amazon website, Amazon search bar, where we can see recommendations down there, and fraud detection, and many more. The second technology, blockchain. I would say the trending technology of this era, the blockchain. The blockchain is a decentralized immutable tamper-proof system distributed ledger technology, which is utilized in a shared and synchronized environment. But in simple words, we can say it as it's a most secure technology where the information is transferred in between the blocks, and these blocks are monitored by nodes, which nodes are nothing but systems which are at different geographical locations. And the applications of this blockchain are cryptocurrencies, the Bitcoin, or one can say the trending coin of this era, and payment and transfers, the banking. The reason why we implement blockchain is that it provides a banking monitoring free, the liberty from the banking. So the transaction of money or data can be done so fast, and hacker cannot hack the specific node because nodes are present in different parts of locations. So in order to hack that particular node, he has to hack the entire nodes of systems, and that is accurately impossible. And that's what makes the blockchain as one of the most successful technology. Apart from few disadvantages of cost, it is useful to this world era. An Indian election system, and this is what I want to discuss with you, gentlemen. India is the largest democratic country. Being the largest democratic country, India has just only 61% of vote casting rate. Democracy includes one can choose the leader by voting, but only 61% of vote casting is not a good thing. And the reason why the rest 29% of votes cannot be done is just because the physical absence in the voting area. And I would recommend we can implement blockchain in Indian election system, because this blockchain technology, which is placed in the physical absence, the main problem here is, gentlemen, the voter cannot be present at the voting area, the physical absence. Mostly these occur when the voter has any physical disability, or he might not be present in this country. So we implement blockchain as an online voting system, and the blockchain technology, which is secure, that all the rest of 29% of voting can be achieved. Is that my view, gentlemen? Next, Li-Fi, light fidelity connection. Since the beginning of internet, we are using at first generation the wide cable internet, and it has been simplified into wireless communication network, which is called Wi-Fi now. It works on the radio waves. But the question comes, the world contains 44 zettabytes of data. And this 44 zettabytes of data, which means 44,000 trillion of gigabyte of data. The question arises that this huge amount of data can be just handled by one.
Vishwa, kindly conclude. Kindly conclude. We are running out of time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So that's why light fidelity came into light. It's nothing but a light that gives the internet. And these are applications used in airlines, hospital, and undersea explorations. And robotics, RPA, where RPA is a robotic process automation. It is actually used to reduce the human errors. And applications of RPA include healthcare, customer service, human resources, and finance. Quantum computing. The quantum computing is a new era of computing, which works under the two principles, superposition and entanglement of the quantum physics, which is in now development. And last one, extended reality. The extended reality is a real-time catch-all terms called AR, VR, and MR. The AR is a new technology that comprises of digital virtual environment and the user's real-world view. And virtual reality is a whole new another level. The virtual reality is a digital simulation where one's individual site will be engaged to a new computer-designed world. So applications of extended reality. The applications of this extended reality includes education, healthcare, engineering, manufacturing, and real estate. Simply, we can say when the actual physical training is not possible, we go for virtual reality. In the conclusion, the field of computer science is continuously evolving at a quicker pace. And these technologies have the potential to change the way how we interact with the world. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain technology, Wi-Fi, quantum computing, etc. These technologies are advancing day by day, which gives us a hope for a better future. The fact that the world is changing because of these technologies is absolutely true. Imagine a world where a blockchain is implemented in the various transmission, the IoT that will change the way we interact with the things, and extended reality is evolving by taking us to a whole new another world. And everything that runs on data will be protected by cybersecurity. So amazing, right? So by looking at the bright side of these advancements, which surely leads us to development of a better future. So I'll conclude my presentation by just coming to the back statement I've said before. Does AI or does these emerging technologies is going to replace jobs? Is going to decrease employment? Well, gentlemen, let me answer this. At the time in history where the bulb and the car was invented, the land sellers and the horse dealers argued that they might lose jobs and machines will replace them and decrease employment. But you know rest what happened in history. Now Germany, after the invention of car, Germany has become the hub of mechanics. All the mechanical students are dreaming of going there. And the invention of car has become the landmark of the mechanical engineering. So that's what happens. Emerging technologies which are about to come will provide a skillful environment, will provide a skillful employment. So this is what I want to say. So the future is one step ahead. The future lies in emerging technologies. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. In Philippines, salamat.
Okay, salamat. Salamat too. So that is Mr. Maghon with his presentation on robotics and artificial intelligence, a symbiotic relationship. Okay, so before anything else, let me confirm if rather Professor Pranuthi is available and ready.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Okay, so our next presenter for this afternoon is Professor Pranuthi, a computer science engineer with the topic on impact of cloud computing on the future of the work. So Professor Pranuthi, you may proceed.
Can you please wait for some time? I need to connect my device with the computer. Just 1 minute.
Okay, ma'am.
Sorry for your inconvenience, ma'am. Just wait for 1 minute. We are going to connect you.
Presenters, make it fast because there is one more session to be handled by us.
Excuse me? Is everything ready, ma'am?
Madam, your paper is visible. You shall start the presenting. Madam, we are unable to hear you. Madam, kindly turn off your video and you shall present. You are facing some technical issues. So kindly turn off your video so that your audio will be clear.
May I know? So,
Yeah, ma'am, now you are audible.
Sir, am I audible to you? Hello?
Yeah, ma'am, you are audible. You shall begin your presentation.
Hello?
Hello, you are audible.
Sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. May I continue with it?
Yeah, you shall continue with your presentation.
Yes, so I'm Pranati from Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology, and I would like to share my knowledge regarding the concept of impact of cloud computing on the future of the work. So, as before, we have already discussed the deep concepts of cloud computing, and let's go with the basics and scratch to the advanced topics of the cloud computing. So in this session, we're going to be discussing about the types of cloud computing, and then there's deployment based on the deployment types and based on the service types, and then questions that I got when I'm gonna researching in this, and benefits of cloud computing, challenges and opportunities that the cloud computing for a human being. So, and then let's begin with the session. As we compare the old technology and with the new present era, the technology can be is a vast type which is being evolving around the world. So the future and also will be evolving, I think. So the future of work is changing rapidly. The new technologies such as cloud computing as one of the way that evolves around, and the transforming the way we work, one of the major and fascinating aspects that is running in the present era in order to change or exchange, distribute the information overseas online within no time. We use the cloud computing as one of the intermediate surface or intermediate medium. So the cloud computing is the idea that is given by Dr. Joseph Robnet Lichter on the basis of the global networking connects people not only with the data and also with the virtually, as we are being connected with the Google Meet. I'm here from India and the other persons with the other Philippines. So it's a medium which has been connecting us with the Google Meet on the virtual session. So, with this, I can conclude the definition of the cloud computing that simply the cloud computing is treated as the delivery of computing services, including storage, databases, services, and networking with software. If we come across this with the definition, let's go deeper things that the type of cloud computing does. So the types of cloud computing can be divided in based on the deployment and based on the service model. So based on the deployment, apparently the cloud computing uses three main types of private and public and hybrid cloud computing types. So let's get deep into that. Private. This type of cloud computing helps us, the user, to store the information in a very secure manner and also privately, in which no other person can have the access to one's own information. So with this, the cloud computing can also be is one of the factor which bases security, in which the information is saved and securely. And then public. This type of cloud computing gives the owner to share the common resources with the people, public in a secure manner. And then hybrid, this type of cloud computing gives us the environment that mix at least one private computing environment, traditional IT infrastructure or private cloud, including the edge, with one or more public clouds. So as we gone through the deployment types, let's get to the service that's provided by the cloud computing. So the cloud computing provides the major services that attract the customers to use them in an effective manner. So the services are as follows, like IaaS, PaaS, SaaS, in which the acronyms are like infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. So let's get deep into that. IaaS is an acronym that starts with infrastructure as a service. It means that the cloud service manages the infrastructure for you. The actual service, networks, visualization, and data storage through a network connection. So the user has the access through an API or dashboard and essentially rents the infrastructure. PaaS, platform as a service. PaaS, platform as a service. This PaaS means the hardware and the application software platforms are provided and managed by outside cloud service providers, but the user handles the app running on the laptops or top of the platform and the data that app relies on. Primarily, for developers and programmers, PaaS gives user a shared cloud platform for applications development and management. SaaS, software as a service. This SaaS is a service that delivers a software application which the cloud service provides manages to its users. Typically, SaaS apps or web applications or mobile apps that users can access via web browser, software updates, bugs fixes, and other general software maintenance.
Madam, kindly summarize your findings.
So I would like to summarize this based on the research. I would like to raise some of the questions regarding this, how the data is stored in the cloud computing and where the data is stored, and then what makes the cloud computing different from the storage devices like our daily usage devices like a mobile phone, laptop, and tablets, and also is the data which is shared in the cloud is even secure or not, even more secure or not, and how this affects the future of work. I would like to discuss all these topics, but as the time is running out, I'll just brief it out. So the cloud data is stored on the hardware devices, in which, as we are discussing about the RAM and ROM, and the cloud is stored in the data centers. Cloud computing is a data stored in these data centers, which are large, highly specialized facilities like racks of servers. And then next, cloud storage is different from others, as instead of being stored directly in your personal device, the cloud-based data is stored elsewhere on servers owned by big companies, usually as it made accessible to you via the internet. So is the data which is being imported into the cloud is secure or not? Nowadays, the computing clouds are everywhere, which is one of the reason people worry about their security. We hear more and more often about the hackers coming over the internet and looting the data of thousands of people. Most of these attacks hits traditional servers through none of the most catastrophic acts have been one of the big public clouds. So maybe I think the cloud gives the effect of the future of work. And then finally, the benefits of the cloud computing are like it gives many benefits like ease of backups, pay only for the what it's used, able to be logged from any devices, any locations, ease of scaling services, size and disk space, etc. And this cloud computing can also produce different types of opportunities for the people like cloud engineering, cloud architecture, develops cloud engineering, data engineering, cloud
Madam,
infrastructure
kindly conclude.
engineering. So finally, I'll go with the conclusion. In summary, cloud computing has redefined the future of work by enabling remote collaboration, enhancing agility, reducing cost, and driving digital transformation. As technology continues to evolve, cloud computing will remain a fundamental driver of workspace, innovation, and productivity. Organizations that embrace and adapt to these changes are likely to be better positioned for success in the evolving landscape of work. Thank you. I'm sorry that the time is run out. So with this, I'll end my session. Thank you.
Nasir, madam, kindly unmute your mic.
Okay, ma'am. Pranuthi, thank you for your presentation. It is indeed
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
informative. Okay, thank you. So we will proceed to the next presenter. May I confirm if Ma'am Shraya Gayatri is already available?
Yes, available. Am I audible?
Yes. Ma'am Shraya, is that you?
She's available. This is me. Am I audible to you?
Okay, so I'll introduce you, ma'am. So the next topic is about connecting world with Internet of Things, presented to us by Ma'am Shraya Gayatri. And you may now proceed with your presentation, ma'am.
A cheerful good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Gayatri from Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology. So I'm here to present you about the connectivity of the Internet things. I mean, IoT, something which we call a smart device, or something which we say which connects all the hardware devices to everyone in a manner which we could use it in an efficiently and encouraging thing, so that we can use it in everywhere, education system or agriculture. And I like to speak about some of the few topics like education, smart homes, and hospitality care, and edge computing for IoT. So let me say you something. An internet was represents a fundamental change in operating realities. IoT gives the possible outcome to everything and everyone, which, am I audible to anyone? Huh? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am, you are audible. You shall continue the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Just a second. Little network issue. Just a minute.
Ma'am, if you do not have the PPT, is no problem. You shall explain your findings.
No. I'm having the research document. It's just an internet problem. I'll be sharing.
Yeah, ma'am, it's not a problem. You shall present your findings.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to speak about introduction about this. It's like everything, like your phone, fridge, or whatever it may be, you can be accessed through a smartphone or smart gadget. So this IoT platform represents you the hardware and the software, a device, something which you connect both the things. Like have I said, it's something smart, which can the device or industrial consumer. The analytic platforms, connectivity platforms, data management platforms. These platforms connect every person through access through everywhere. They can be accessing this gadget from everywhere or everywhere. So abstract, and I'll like to take IoT in education. IoT education involves the use of smart connected device and sensors to create enhanced learning environment.
like each education institute wants to make the understandable level of the student to everyone. So in classrooms, not only in the classrooms, everywhere, like library, tracking systems everywhere. Smart can be introduced in various purposes of lives. What about homes? Homes, we know we can access our homes through our biometrics or by an enable light bulbs. Like you can control your mic. You can able to control the light bulbs or brightness or everything, which through the smart locks, like smart lighting, smart locks, voice assistants, smart applications, and some smart and in what if our homes are in an accessory, I mean, necessary of the like I'll go with IoT in healthcare. IoT plays a transformative role in the healthcare, improving patient care monitoring and efficiency. These remote patients like smartwatch. We do have a smartwatch to calculate our pulse, blood pressure, and sense some medical requirements which needed in our daily lives. It even calculates the food path we have, number of footsteps we have ahead, or we have running, or the exercise, or the diabetes intake or extake, or intake, or the streamline. Are necessary purposes which we do in our daily life. And coming to agriculture, food, like it is important to each and everyone. It's the resource that we take in. So IoT in agriculture has the potential to increase the crop yields, reduce resource waste, enhance sustainability, and improve the livelihoods. But so in this, IoT plays a role like drones, other applications, like it can be taken. The drones can be useful for spraying the chemical or spraying the requirement to the yield, and soil testing sensors. These can test the fertility of our soil, which can computing for IoT. Edge computing is nothing but an mediator between data center and sensors which we use, like between that centralized computer system and the IoT. So this edge plays a vital role in the both local and IoT devices. Local nothing but is our persons which are using the centralized computer systems. So I conclude, Internet of Things has brought the transformative advantages to various sectors in smart homes. IoT devices make life more convenient by automatic tasking and enhancement security. IoT enhances patient care and also monitoring through security is a vital for sensitive medical data. Finally, I say IoT is edge computing, reduces latency and enhances response across these sectors like agriculture, education, healthcare, homes, smart homes, not only these, many more. So, but there was we need to be with carefully introducing this consideration of advantages and also disadvantages. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Now I conclude and I thank everyone of listening to me.
Madam, the presentation is over. Are you there?
Yeah, my presentation was over.
Yeah, ma'am.
Naubos na. Okay, thank you, Ma'am Pranusi. Rather, Ma'am Sraya Gayatri for the
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you.
So, that's all for panel 1. Is Professor
Boni?
Vishwa will not be presenting anymore?
No, he's not gonna.
Okay, so that would be all for panel 1. Thank you for having me as your um, presenter also, and for introducing the intelligent individuals for this conference, virtual conference. Thank you.
Magoon, are you there?
Excuse me, from the Philippines here. May we ask for your consideration because our internet connection here will be gone any minute due to total brownout. As of the moment, it has been 2 hours, and our electrical supply is running out and about to end any minute. We will have to say or bid farewell because our internet connection will be gone any minute now.
Okay, madam, we understood it. Madam,
So we might
is the first technical session over?
I'm sorry, sir, but the other connections are very far from our location, and we might request from the admin to please take over for the next panel of presentation for the other presenters.
Okay,
In
madam.
behalf
We will
of
take-
Ma'am Magna
Yeah.
and our Dr. Anisa. Okay, thank you so much.
Excuse me, ma'am.
And have
Thank
a
you,
good day. Yes.
I'm sorry for the interruption, but we have one more presentation from Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Your title is Robotics and Artificial Intelligence, a symbiotic relationship.
Yes,
Am I right?
yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
ma'am. You shall continue your presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are right. You shall continue.
1 minute, I'm sharing screen. Good evening, one and all. Computer science is an emerging field in today's world, in which robotics and AI is the major step taken towards the advancement of technology. Good evening, one and all. I, G. Sai Banasri Magoni, of second year CSE, studying in Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology, stood before you to explain about robotics and artificial intelligence, a symbiotic relationship. Coming to the introduction, robotics and AI had been in mutual relationship since the inception of artificial intelligence. AI had been playing a crucial role in providing decision-making and computational thinking capacities. Conversely, robotics provides a platform and machinery to implement the decision-making skills. About the evolution of AI, role of AI in robotics, application, challenges, and lastly, future directions. Okay, let's talk about the evolution of AI. AI is a field that had evolved over many years. During 1912 to 1954, Alan Turing made contributions for theoretical AI, but he is not the inventor of AI. John McCarthy in artificial intelligence, often referred to as father of AI. Deep learning powered by neural networks revolutionizes AI. In 2010s, AI-driven robotics and vehicles become more capable. AI for health. In 21st century, AI is being used for medical procedures like surgeries, medication, etc. AI continues to advance rapidly with the applications in fields like finance, education, agriculture, etc. Let's talk about evolution of robotics. Robotics had been major technical development during ancient times, including Greeks and Egyptians in like 18th century. In 19th century, industrial revolution saw the development of robotics such as Jacquard loom and spinning jenny. In 1954, George Deville and Joseph Engelberger has developed the first industrial robot used in manufacturing. Shaky, the robot developed at Stanford, was one of the first robot to exhibit basic problem-solving skills. Here you can see the picture of the robot. Role of AI in robotics. AI enables robots to sense and interpret their environment through various sensors, including cameras, radars, and tactical sensors. Computer vision techniques such as image recognition and object tracking. Machine learning for adaptation. AI, particularly machine learning, empowers robots to adapt and learn from their interactions with environment and humans. AI assists robots in planning efficient plans and navigating complex environments in dynamic obstacles. Human-robot interaction. Natural language processing and speech recognition enables robots to understand and respond to the human commands and queries. Predictive maintenance. AI can predict sensor data from industrial robots to predict when the maintenance is needed. Applications. Cobots or collaborative robots works alongside human workers to helping them to complete the task efficiently. Logistics warehousing. Autonomous robots equipped with AI navigation warehouses for order picking, packing, and inventory management. Agriculture. AI-driven robots aid in precision agriculture, planting, harvesting, etc. Healthcare. Surgical robots with AI-assisted guidance assist surgeons in performing minimally invasive procedures. Autonomous vehicles. As we all know, we have self-driving cars and trucks, which use AI algorithms for precision navigation. Search and rescue. AI-driven drones and ground robots assist in disaster response. Coming to the environmental monitoring, robots and AI could go into extreme temperatures in the deep sea and give a report about wildlife in the sea. And even it could predict the environmental changes on the Earth. Space exploration. As we all know, recently Chandrayaan-3 has been launched by ISRO in India. So Pragyan Pragyan rover has used AI technology to predict the place where there are minimal obstacles to land on the soft landing of the moon. Okay, challenges of AI and robotics. Since the development of technology increased, there are some challenges of it also. So let's discuss about these challenges. Bias and discrimination. If AI cannot think on itself as far as now, a human had to feed data to it. So if the human has given a biased data, it could give a biased response which could be intolerant for some other human. Privacy concerns. AI requires a large amount of data and even takes personal data also. This raises the issues related to data, privacy, and security. Dependence on AI. Since the inception of AI, humans had been depending on AI for decision making. This deteriorates the decision making capacity and creative thinking capacity of human mind. Job displacement. A single robot could do work of 10 workers and even at the cheaper way at almost $1. So the minimal daily wage workers or labor could be easily displaced by the robots. Next, concentration of power and economic inequality. As I already said before, a robot can do work more efficiently and more cheaper than a human, an average human. So it could constantly disproportionately benefit the wealthy individuals and could displace the jobs of the poorer individuals, making them even more poorer. So this creates the unequal concentration of power and inequality in economy. So let's talk about the future predictions of AI and robotics. AI might automate complex experiments and generate test hypotheses and uncover patterns in huge scientific data sets. AI might be able to read human mind by using the signals in the mind. AI and robotics might replace teachers by introducing robotic teachers. They might not completely erase them because teaching needs emotional connection and assisting with the students. So they might not completely replace them. Okay, last but not the least, a simple idea of mine. In today's world, there are car accidents more common like. So to deteriorate the rate of accidents, we could place 360 degrees rotatable sensors like cameras with AI assistance. As AI, we all know AI had image recognizing ability. We could give the pictures of how accidents would look like and make the AI recognize the accident. If AI could recognize it as an accident, it could immediately contact ambulance and police for rescue, thereby deteriorating the rate of accidents. This is a simple idea of mine. It would be good if it is implemented. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yours is a wonderful presentation. Your ideas are also so wonderful. Nowadays, we can see that your ideas has been followed in very costly cars, but your research has to prove that it should be followed in cheaper cars also, especially in government buses also. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. But life is more important than cost, I think. Yeah, it's the truth that it will be very. Life should be greater than the money, right?
Yes, you are right.
Thank you.
Now, thank you, ma'am. Now let us all move to the next technical session. Now I request Vijay Kumar from EC department to present his paper. Vijay Kumar, are you there? Vijay Kumar, we are running out of time, so kindly begin your presentation.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Vijay and I'm from the College of Loyola. And I'm going to say the topic about the implementation of VR and AR with interactive 3D environment in various sectors and their applications to transform our business. In this, I'm going to explain what is VR and AR. VR means virtual reality and AR means augmented reality. And it has two types. In this, we both have differences. Virtual reality, we have full and reality means what we humans experience in the real. It's what's called virtual reality. It helps people to interact with the 3D environment, which we can easily understand all over the subject and everything. It is used in various sectors like gaming sectors, marketing sectors, modeling sectors, designing sectors, and many more like in other businesses. There are many other companies they are upcoming for doing this. There are some companies like Google, Facebook, and some other companies, IKEA, etc. companies are working on this. This VR and AR, not only they help in getting interact in 3D environment, but they also make people interact with each other no matter what the distance is. Offering exciting possibilities for entertainment, education, and productivity across various sectors. As these technologies become more integrated into daily life, concerns about privacy, data security, and addiction are emerging. They are also used in military defenses, retail, data security, entertainment, media, education, real estate, and architecture and designing, gaming, and other sectors. In the future, they are going to be make the groundbreaking moments and the miracles for the technology. There are many companies, as a rumor spread, that Apple is going to take over the AR and VR products soon, because AR, they are the products which means people will live in a 3D time. They will give a perfect image and a perfect explanation. Am I audible?
You are audible, Vijay Kumar. You are
Virtual
audible.
reality.
You shall.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yeah, you are audible. You shall continue.
Yeah. I was actually explaining about virtual reality and their applications. They are, as I said, they will interact with the people. They will show the 3D environment. They will save the time, etc. In this, for example, if we take their children, by taking this VR as their source, they can play games, like they can feel the environment, what is actually present. They will forget the actual environment and get involved in the game, what they are playing. And in movies, whatever in the sectors we are let's move on with that. Not only virtual reality and augmented reality are also there. It which connects with the computer concepts, computer contents too. AR can be experienced through smartphones, tablets, AR glasses, like example microphones, HoloLenses, and even contact lenses in the future. Application AR has various applications. Is gaming, like as you see in the PPT, it's like Pokemon, navigation, education, healthcare. In military defenses, they use to just give the navigation to the army people to how to go there, how to defeat them, how to be in a particular place, how to get the people, how to get the other countries people, how to capture them. So how to locate them. These all are done in augmented reality. And as you know, VR is used in headsets. Headsets VR typically require specialized headsets like Qualys Rift or HTC Vive to provide a 360-degree immersion experience. With this 360-degree immersive experience, we can just know the place. If we are standing in a place, it's perfectly well-known place that there's nothing to worry about the place, and we can go through on it. And without any suffocation or hesitation, we can move on with the place, and we can direct others to with this activity. So that's what I'm explaining. And in this, as we got the diversional potential of VR applications, we have a potential map there. In that, see, almost healthcare is using $5.1 billion for that, and engineering. Like many are investing in many things for virtual reality and augmented reality. Many companies are working on it. Still, some companies like Facebook, Google, they are working for it. Games 11 project, they are all working on it. And they are also used in real estate. AR used for virtual property tours and displaying additional information about properties. Tourism, VR can provide in tourism virtual travel experiences, while AR enhances navigation and provides information about landmarks. In automotive, AR can display real-time information in a vehicle's windshield, enhancing navigation and safety. And in sports, AR is used for displaying statistics and enhancing the viewing experiences for sports fans. Training and simulation, VR and AR are used for training in various industries, including aviation, law enforcement, and firefighting. And in mental health, VR is used for exposure therapy and relaxation exercises in the treatment of certain mental health conditions. And in social interaction, they are used for offers virtual social spaces for meetings, conferences, socializing with friends, etc. These technology continue to evolve and find new applications across a wide range of fields driven by advantages in hardware and software capabilities. And mainly, as I said, they are used in many things like marketing, designing and modeling, telecommunication, logistic and hardware, and health therapies and other things. Some of the companies I would like to just tell you the top companies that are taking in this. The top companies are Magic Leap, Microsoft, Google, and Unity Technologies, Nvidia, Apple. Apple is just a rumor that it is going to develop the AR glasses. They are also having ARKit, a development platform creating AR experiences on iOS devices. And Qualcomm is a company that specializes in creating chips for smartphones and other mobile devices. Vuzix is a company that creates AR glasses for enterprises applications. Their glasses are used in industries like healthcare, logistics, and manufacturing. PTC is a software company that specializes in creating software for the Internet of Things that is known as IoT. And they also offer Vuforia and AR development platform used for creating industrial and retail applications. So
Vijay Kumar,
here
kindly conclude. Kindly conclude.
Okay, thank you.
Vijay Kumar, are you there? Vijay Kumar.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You shall kindly conclude.
Yeah, sir. I have concluded it already.
Okay, sir. Thank you. It was a wonderful presentation. Now, let us move to our next presenter, Mrs. E. Kalavadi. Are you there, Madam Kalavadi, Madam?
She'll be available tomorrow. We'll
Okay,
continue
ma'am.
with the others.
Yes, sir. Yeah, ma'am. We shall move to the next speaker, Parth Usha from CSE department. Usha, madam, you shall continue.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Pratyusha from Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology. So I'm very enthusiastic to share my views in cybersecurity. So as we know, in today's world, we have different kinds of social media platforms like WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and many more. But have you ever think out how secure your information is being transmitted? If you start thinking, the word cybersecurity will definitely thrive you in your mind. As we know that internet is the fastest means of transmitting the information and the data. And at the same time, we must check the transparency of the data also. We all use Paytm, PhonePe, and other apps for the money transactions and online transactions. And the information should be kept more private, otherwise there will be a chance of theft. In the modern era, the technology is enhanced, many domains have emerged, but the cybersecurity is the everlasting domain where every company should protect and privatize their data. Even though many companies and governments are trying to save and protect their data, but many cyber crimes are increased in the modern era in our country. The scope of cybersecurity is not just limited to securing the information in IT industry, but also to various other fields like cyberspace. Every individual must also be trained on the cybersecurity and save themselves for increasing cybercrimes. Now, let us come to the cybersecurity. Cybersecurity deals with securing the data. So each and every individual should be responsible in saving and privacy of their data, and always be top security measures that organizations takes care. We are presently living in the world where the information is maintained in the digital or a cyber form. Not only cyber networking, but also during bank transactions, a person may take all the required security measures. If we see the bill figure, we know that the cybercrimes have increased in the India during the past few years. If we see in 2018, it has 27,248, and in 2019, 44,075. In 2020, it has increased to 50,000. So if we observe the figure, we can identify in 2019, 3.3% of the cybercrime took place, but coming from the year 2020, it has increased to 3.7. So every year, 3 to 4% of the crime rate has been increased, even though many security protocols and security measures were being taken by the companies as well as the governments. So every individual must make a log to their system so that the security protocol and so the data will be strong enough so the person will be in the safe side from the hackers. Now coming to the cybercrime. What is meant by a cybercrime? Cybercrime is also called a computer crime. That means when a person uses an instrument or an illegal end, such as committing fraud, trafficking in child pornography and intellectual property, stealing identities, or violating the privacy. Cybercrime refers to the illegal activities conducted in the cyberspace, targeting computing system, networks, and individuals for financial gain or disruption. They can be individuals or the teams. Cyber criminals are widely available in what is called the dark web, where they mostly provide their illegal services or products. Not every hacker can be called a cyber criminal unless and until he misuses the information or the data that he collected. There are different types of crimes in the cybersecurity. First, coming to the phishing and scam. Phishing and scam deals with the software engineering attack that targets the user and tricks them by sending the fake messages or emails to get sensitive information about the user or trying to download malicious software and exploit it on the target system. That means we cannot send the OTPs to anyone who asks us to send. Unnecessary person will ask us to send, so we should not send it. And identity theft is a second one. Identity theft occurs when cyber criminal uses another person's personal details like credit cards and other things. And the third one is hacking and misusing the computer networks. As we all know, it is used by shutting legal approaches. And the next one is internet fraud. The internet fraud is a type of cybercrimes which includes all the above ones. And not only this, there are also many other cybercrimes which come under this category. So the person must be prepared to face any kind of situation under these cases. Now coming to the cyber security challenges. The main challenge of the cyber security is to protect the identity of the person on an organized form to save them from the vulnerable conditions. Uncover the common challenges faced by the organization and the individual, the realm of the cyber security. We shed light on the evolving tactics of the cyber criminals. Now let us come to the emerging cyber security trends. There are many emerging cyber security trends. We have to protect our data by using BitLocker, which is one of the tools in the cyber security to protect the data. In defense. We know that in artificial intelligence, AI is empowering and organizing to proactively identify the mitigate threats. That means AI is is finding out the address or the threads or the bugs which has been come under the cyber security. And cloud security. Unveil the advancements in the cloud security solutions and their role in the protecting data. And monitoring the tools to strengthen their cloud security posture. And the next one is IoT, Internet of Things. With the increasing proliferation of IoT devices, IoT security has become a prominent concern under the cyber security. Implementing security measures we have to implement the security measures to safeguard the interconnected devices in critical sectors such as healthcare, energy, and transportation. And the next one is mobile networks. Today, we are able to connect to anyone in the world. But for the mobile network security is a very big concern. These days,
Madam, kindly
firewalls and other-
conclude.
Yes, sir. Latest cybersecurity technologies we use are biometrics, endpoint security, and the blockchain. And there are some measures for protecting the cybersecurity, like stay informed and educated, implement multi-factor authentication so that you can save your data from the hackers. Regularly update the patched software. This means that you have to update the software whenever you get an update, so that you will be attacked lesser. Role of social media in the cybersecurity. Today, many people are using the cybersecurity in this generation. As today's world cannot be without cyber security and without social media also, it plays a most important role in today's generation. At the same time, there is a more chance for cyber attacks. So in the conclusion, I concluded by saying that computer security is a vast topic that is being more important because the world is becoming highly interconnected, with networks being used to carry out critical transactions. Cyber crimes continues to diverge down different paths with every year that passes, so that the security of the information, the latest in the dispatcher technologies, along with the new cyber tools and the threats that come to light each and every day. There is no perfect solution for these cyber crimes. So we should try our level best to minimize them in order to have a safe and secure future in cyberspace. So in my point of view, cybersecurity is required by each and every technology, because to maintain the transparency of the data, and emerging technologies also need more cybersecurity in my point of view. And my research is I want to implement biometric of the students in the college, in which if the student places his hand on the biometric, he'll get all the details of his of him, like an Aadhaar card of a person. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, ma'am. You portrayed the issues of cyber crime in this paper. All the best for your research. Next, I like to invite Vasanthi. Are you there?
Yeah, yes, sir. Together.
Thank you, sir.
Vasanthi, ma'am, you shall begin your presentation.
Yeah. Agree, we can talk. Okay. Share. Will you wait for 1 minute?
Yeah, take your time.
Start. Need to total. Even it. Slide share. Instead of like
Kalavati madam, Vasanthi madam, your slide is visible. You shall begin the presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Shazfa Mahmood, and this is Vasanthi, my teammate, and we are from Andhra Loyola Engineering Institute and College. So we are here to present a groundbreaking, innovative idea that aims to revolutionize the way we understand and assist dermatology inquiries related to skin conditions that made simple. So let's begin. So let's dive into the world of NLP. So these are the contents we're going to discuss about what is NLP and about our NLP model, that is a skin condition. So the reality of having machines talk and respond to us in a human way is already a reality that keeps getting more and more realistic with every passing day. The people you ask for the queries on website and smart assistants that Alexa, Google, and Siri, and the calls over all the internet all have one thing in common. That is, none of them are human. Now you must be thinking, if they're not human, so how they must be sound so human-like and behave like human. The reason, the magic behind this stuff is NLP, the natural language processing. The natural language processing refers to the artificial intelligence that give machines the ability to read, write, and understand and derive meanings from human languages. And the main objective of NLP is to aim and to understand and to bridge the gap between the human language and machines. And the main implications of NLP is provide customer support, and it will be useful in industries and even in healthcare field. So how it works is that NLP uses a combination of machine learning and NLP algorithms and artificial intelligence to teach machines to understand and interpret human languages. So these are the applications of NLP, the customer support, finance, and healthcare. One of the areas where the NLP had made a significant impact is customer support. You know, nowadays companies have enhanced their customer support by using leveraging chatbots and AI tools, and by doing so, they can make they can interact with customers. They can improve their response time. They can reduce their customers' wait time, and overall, they can enhance the customer support. Where, and in finance, NLP can analyze financial data and can extract the financial reports and that make more informed decisions by extracting insights from the financial reports. Like they can analyze a financial document like data. In the case of healthcare, in the field of healthcare, like NLP has immense potential, it has valuable assets, and trends in patients' health and helps doctors diagnose and treat diseases more effectively. Like they can extract the critical data from the medical records and help and diagnose and treat diseases from effectively. So about my NLP model, we have created an NLP model that responds to the skin conditions that many people, millions of people are facing, suffering from skin conditions. Like skin conditions affect millions of people worldwide, and seeking accurate information and these conditions about the treatment and having accurate information about it and accurate treatment, my NLP bot is going to provide the information. Like suppose a person is suffering from acne related issues, so my bot is going to respond and it's going to give an accurate treatment to it. Like suppose if a person is suffering from eczema, it's gonna give a cream like a
Madam,
complete
kindly
medicine
conclude.
care.
Please explain your findings.
Yeah, and my team, my Vasanthi will continue next.
So the methodologies that we have used for this bot was data collection, pre-processing, model training, and the libraries that have been used in order to implement that bot was Transformers, Torch, and PyPDF2 and Python Telegram bot. And coming to the conclusion, the creation of this skincare bot offers both advantages and disadvantages, but this bot can provide users with accessible, instant, and personalized information on skincare topics, contributing to improved skin health and awareness. And it can serve as a valuable educational tool and may be particularly beneficial for routine inquiries and generic guidance. Ultimately, the success of a skincare bot hinges on responsible development, user engagement, and continuous improvement to provide a valuable resource for these seeking information and assistance in maintaining healthy skin. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, sir. With this, we have ended the presentations for today from Andhra Technology.
Madam, today's session is over.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
So thanks to all the organizers and thanks to Cape Comorin Trust, Dr. Ejin Silves for giving us this golden opportunity. And thanks to the Philippine University of Sulu for Mindanao University Sulu for giving us this golden opportunity to collaborate with you.